WPHTofphilly.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensling Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is infuriating to me what we've witnessed in real time this week. The unacceptable so-called journalists who were either played or complicit, doesn't matter to me, but altered the headlines. The headline should have been this week complimenting the U.S. military, at least headlining the fact that you had many, many military members last weekend who carried out what can only be called a stunning display of military might, hard work, coordination. That's what happened last week. And we've never seen anything like it in the history of our nation, with that kind of power and that kind of precision and professionalism. And for the CNN and the New York Times to do what they did, which was on purpose, to try to distract from any kind of a Trump triumph. That's what this was. They hate Donald Trump so much in the media. They hate you and me. They hate that he won. They hate that he was sworn in January 20th. Curse the day. And they dread every day that they have to cover everything that he's doing. Now they revel in anything they can that's in any way negative. But in this one, they created a headline. They created a different narrative to try to say, look over here. Don't look over there. Don't look at that incredible success. Don't look at what happened. The fact that this administration, which, by the way, the military confirmed they've been working on this technology that I'll get into to take out this nuclear facility. They've been working on this for at least 15 years. And they were perfecting it as recent as February to perfect that accuracy. So this is a long-term project. Now, the media could have focused on that. If they didn't want to give all the credit to Trump, then fine. Talk about the military and the scientific accomplishments as well. But see, it's all about Trump, that deranged syndrome, right, that they all suffer. They're mind viruses, and that's all they see. That's all they can think about. And they've made fools of themselves. They've been played. And it's unbelievable to me that this continues. So in one part, I want you to watch, and I'll break down some of these news reporters, right, and the way that they go. But I want to start, with General. This is General Dan. We call him Raising Kane.
Great nickname.
Dan Kane, great nickname. But let's listen in now as he describes, because he held another news conference, yesterday with Secretary Hegseth. We played some of it because it was breaking news during, the mid-morning this time yesterday. But I really want you to listen to how he describes this. He's a young man, as young as 21 years old, and this experience, which really is like, if you've seen the movie Top Gun with Tom Cruise back in the day, this is Top Gun. Listen in.
I know is a 30,000-pound weapon dropped only by the B-2. It's comprised of steel, explosive, and a fuse, programmed bespokely, each weapon to achieve a particular effect inside the target. Each weapon had a unique desired impact angle, arrival, final heading, and a fuse setting. The fuse is effectively what tells the bomb when to function. A longer delay in a fuse, the deeper the weapon will penetrate and drive into the target. So on Fordo, in June of 2008, you can see these 3 holes. Depicted here is the main exhaust shaft with 2 additional ventilation shafts on either side. The United States decided to strike these 2 ventilation shafts, seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordo, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. I won't share the specific dimensions of the concrete cap, but you should know that we know what the dimensions of those concrete caps were.
Some of this highly classified.
Had to account for this. They accounted for everything. The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space. Weapon number 6 was designed on each side, so there were 6 on each side. Weapons number 6 was designed as a flex weapon to allow us to cover if one of the preceding jets or one of the preceding weapons did not work. The video I'm about to show you is a culmination of over 15 years of development and testing. As I said, hundreds of test shots on various models. This is one weapon. So if you take a view of this as 5 additionals, you'll get a sense of what this looks like. Hopefully you can see it and there's not too much reflection. Tom runs our videos out there. We'll run it at full speed so you can see it and then go back through it. Go ahead, Tom.
So you see the bomb, you see it dropping, you see all of the explosion, this white cloud, then below this bright light, looks like the sun rising.
YouTube.com
and obliteration. Yes, we're on YouTube Live. Yes, if you're watching us live. Now you see the missile as it's going down into that concrete barrier that he referred to, and this humongous cloud of a large cloud of smoke that would have filled the skies. And so this leaves no question when you see this. And now they show the inside simulation there as the missile-shaped, explosive makes its way down, and you see a massive explosion.
You won't see an impact crater because they're designed to deeply bury and then function. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go. A bomb has 3 effects that causes damage: blast, fragmentation, and overpressure. In this case, the primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast, ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware.
So these things went down as much as 200 plus feet. Now, I wanted you to get a good sense. This is a news conference. So put yourself, you're a news reporter, and this went on. And they were displaying all of this and reading details, but because it's highly classified and we don't want to, are obviously national security issues, so they can't give too much information. But he gave, as far as this is a rare news conference, especially because he gave details on Monday, then yesterday updates this with some more details, the simulation that I just told you. And at one point during the news conference, he said something to the effect of they crushed it or something to that effect, right? So I just want you to put yourself now. You're a news reporter. You are covering this. You are sitting through this. There's a pool feed camera, so this is all being recorded. And now I want you to listen to, and I'm not even going to go to Bertrand. I'm going to go to the other reporter that talked about this, who I believe was with ABC News, if I'm not mistaken. The news reporting on this is incredible to me, how they reported this. And one of the reporters that we're about to play, I don't know who, I've never seen her before, but she is on like ABC Go, which is their kind of raw feed ABC. So you can see that she's still in the location of the news conference, which has just broken up. So she witnessed this whole thing. I don't know, it was from start to finish. It was about an hour long, probably sitting there longer as they were being briefed, and then they started the thing. I want you to listen to what she says and what she reports.
Things that really stood out to me about that mission itself, which we've gotten more and more detail on as the days have unfolded. Number one, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Dan Kane, he laid it out exactly how the U.S. was able to see that the ventilation vents that the U.S. the U.S. military struck as part of like a more vulnerable part of the facility, that they were actually covered in concrete not too long before the military mission. They blew those off, and then they launched the additional 5 more MOPs, these massive ordnance penetrators, into the ventilation shafts to target the underground facility. Now, one thing that stood out to me is, General Kane continued to say that the actual battle damage assessment is not done by the U.S. military. In fact, that is something that's compiled by the intelligence community. He even said,
we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does.
And so he didn't go so far as to say that this has been destroyed, obliterated, whatever it is. In fact, rather than that, he showed a recent test video that showed the capability of the weapon, and he showed exactly how they were able to target the facility. He said that they hit the intended aim points, and they are confident that the bombs exploded, but not going any further than that, expressing, again, confidence in the mission, extended praise for the men and women who were involved in this. He made a point of saying, in fact, that there was even women aviators as part of this mission, including, it sounded as if on the B-2s as well. But beyond that, we didn't get a whole lot of specifics about exactly how they know.
Okay.
For instance, one big question that remains,
let her
President
finish.
Trump...
I'm going to take it. So I just want you just heard just a piece of this very long, very detailed news conference, which began with Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth talking about the fact that this was an historic outcome, okay? And talked about the fact that they've never done anything like this before. You heard the tone of the general. You tell me, is she properly characterizing for you? I just want you to think about this. You're a news reporter. You are tasked with saving the viewer time because maybe they're just checking out. This is something that she posted online. So tell me, is that what you heard? Is that what you saw? Because for me personally, when I watched the raw news conference and then I happened to see her online, I thought, what? Was she? Wait, and I had to check. I thought, is she at the same, were there multiple news conferences? Did I miss something? No, you can literally see the background set up. So she has just come off of this seconds ago, and either maybe she has memory issues or maybe she has, an agenda, you think? And so they talked about the assessments. They talk about the power of each of these so-called MOPs, these massive, penetrators as they call them. You heard the general describing that. And at one point, no, he didn't use the word obliterated. But like I say, at one point and many points, he indicates visually, He's showing evidence of what these things, the power, 30,000 pounds each, 12 of them, 12 times 30,000. Imagine that. Would feel like an earthquake was going off. Can you imagine? And yet the questioning of this and just jumping through hoops to not report the story. It's inaccuracy. It's so infuriating to me and so disappointing all at once as we think about this. And so she's saying, well, he didn't say obliterate like Trump. What is she referring to? She's referring to the fact that President Trump, the others say obliterated. He said that word, obliterated. And so now we're going to parse through the word and not tell the story. Just do your job. Tell the story, right? It's mind-boggling to me. It's infuriating to me that this is happening right now, quite frankly. And he did say they crushed it, like I say at one point. So I want to pick it up with this woman who's gone now online as Nasty Natasha, Bertrand. And she's the one, I've been talking about her all week, that she was the same one who reported, the Russia PP story. Remember that Russiagate? She took the bait every time. I think she's really getting played. They go, hey, we want to leak something to our sucker girl, Natasha, Nasty Natasha, whatever you want to call her. But listen in to the two different clips I want you to hear now. As initially, when she reported this, she never says, and this is what you listen for, she never explains what an early report means, because that would have been critical and may have saved her job if she's to lose her job. But number two, she never talks about something else, and I want to see if you can pick it up. Listen in.
So on the cut sheet, Dawn, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but 2B is the initial appearance, and then A is the follow-up. You want the initial first, correct?
Yes.
Here you go.
Well, let's get back to CNN national security correspondent Natasha Bertrand for the exclusive reporting. Natasha, what more are you learning?
Yeah, Boris, so this is an early assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And we do want to emphasize that the intelligence, of course, is ongoing. The collection is ongoing, and the assessments as a result of that intelligence could change. But as of right now, the DIA has produced this intelligence assessment that we are told was based on the battle damage assessment that U.S. Central Command has done following those massive bombings and strikes that the U.S. carried out inside Iran last weekend. And what we are told is that based on the assessments of the damage that these bombs implemented on these nuclear sites, that as of right now, it does not appear that they ended or obliterated Iran's nuclear program. Instead, they only set it back by months.
So she reported that. And what don't you hear? She never says the words low confidence. She never explains, in other words, when she says this is an early intel assessment, and they have a big chyron on the screen, the words on the screen below her where it says, early intel assessment, and basically saying they didn't get the job done and trying to undermine in front of the world, by the way, undermining the administration, the military, everything they've said, everything they've done, right? And that's not your job in the media. By the way, all she had to say was this. Let me just do it. To say to your anchor people, I have one source, but that source is a high-level source. And so that source is quoting, for me, a highly classified report. This is unusual that someone would reveal a highly classified report, but in that it's an early intel assessment. Now, these assessments over time, if you look at their rate of being accurate, they're often known as not being accurate. In fact, many wonder why they even would have those or ever even release them, because generally speaking, this is so early on that they haven't even done the due diligence to go through and interview everyone and gather all of that intel yet. So that's why they call this a low confidence report. So I'm telling you this, I'm reporting it to you as news. You can take it for face value, but understand that this is a low confidence report. And so it very well may be refuted by officials and in fact, as this investigation goes on and they do this proper procedure, you may find that in fact this is completely debunked. Now, if she had done that, wouldn't that have earned your respect as far as her credibility? Yes. And by the way, if she's wrong, she still comes off as credible by giving you that important explanation and information. But she never does it, does she? So she's either naive, getting played by this so-called, high level. Obviously, it's a high level source because they are revealing, and now we know this is an investigation. They could face serious criminal charges for revealing to the public, to the media, highly classified material. But I want you to listen now as we move off of clip 1. That was the initial report in the morning on CNN. Now let's go to the clip where you see Caitlin Collins and you see the split screen as now we'll move on with what was later reported in the week.
But at the same time, we do need to make clear that despite the emotional speech and outrage from the defense secretary, what he said about the DIA assessment is what CNN reported on. His issue that he took about it being preliminary, about it being low confidence. CNN reported on all of this. I was looking back just to make sure that we had it all throughout the reporting process. CNN had reported that it is preliminary and, of course, can be updated, including these two parts. It is still early, we reported in our initial report, for the U.S. to have a comprehensive picture of the impact of the strikes. None of the sources described how the DIA assessment compares to the views of other agencies in the intelligence community. The U.S. is continuing to pick up intelligence, including from within Iran, as they assess the damage. Also in CNN reporting, where the secretary took real issue and seemed very upset about it not being stated that there was low confidence stated in this DIA.
See, she didn't say the low confidence, did she?
CNN reporting, including this, the final U.S. military battle damage assessment by the DIA could take days or even weeks to complete. Multiple sources familiar with the Pentagon's process told CNN the initial DIA analysis was produced just 24 hours after the attack, according to one of the sources, because it was only a preliminary analysis. Its judgments were low confidence, the sources said.
But she never. So I want to take it back from there because it's important for you to understand that that Kate is, and I don't even know both of the other woman's name, but these, first of all, if you're listening to me and you're going into, something that I've done most of my adult life, which is television news anchoring, if there's a colleague who's embattled and the company wants you to release a statement about them and they want you to say it, no, that's not on you. You tell the executive producer, the general manager, the biggity big boss, HR, you tell them you're not comfortable talking about a colleague and that's their job, because then you're not going to get named in the lawsuit. Okay, so don't go there. Number one. Number two, this was irresponsible. Think about all the time, the airtime, ABC, there was CNN, New York Times. I want you to think about all that airtime that they spent now spinning their wheels on this bogus created narrative just so they did not have to report the truth. And the truth is, this was historic, it was heroic, and the Trump administration and President Trump as commander-in-chief just saved the world from another country, Iran, from becoming a state which had its hands on nuclear weaponry. That's what they did. That's the story. That's the lead. You got it wrong. Shame. If anybody's a danger to democracy, it's you. Shame on them. I'm Dawn Stensland, and we will take a quick break. Yes, and we will be right back.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus. Get employee pricing on your favorite vehicles all month long. Right now during the Jeep Tops Off sales event, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Compass Limited for only $420 a month for 42 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at tricountycdjr.com to see more.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So just to follow up for you, because there's reaction by CNN, because President Trump yesterday had taken to Truth Social and had said Natasha Bertrand should be fired, all caps, from CNN. I watched her for days doing fake news. He called for her to be reprimanded and then, quote, I'm quoting here, thrown out like a dog. He said she lied on the laptop from hell story. Now she lied on the nuclear site story, attempting to destroy our patriots, pilots, by making them look bad when in fact they did a great job and hit, quote, pay dirt. Total obliteration, all caps. And so CNN is firing back, blasting Trump. Of course, probably maybe they're loving it because nobody really knew who this Natasha was, I don't think. Did you know her name? I didn't. But at this point, CNN really attacking Trump back, or firing back, if you will. So maybe they're not going to fire her. But we'll see what the intel reports. And I just wonder if they will treat it as breaking news when the full report does come out on what happened. But even if the intel, let's just say that intel report came back and there were some things that it wasn't totally obliterated. Let's say they got 90% of it. If these reporters did what I stated, they would be covered. So the point is not as much the data, but it's the way that they present the information and the motive behind it. Do you see what I'm saying? And that's really when I say a masterclass in journalism. You should be a registered independent. You should never have a political lawn sign out front. Nobody should know your politics. ever. Not in your newsroom, not widespread, right? If you are a truly independent, objective journalist and you're just going after the story, but that's not what's happening here. And so it's just a shame. I could go on and on about it, but I just wanted to share with you that. And when you see these reports, watch for what they say, what they don't say. And in fact, that Kate Bouldan, whatever her name is, she said, I looked back on that. Well, no, she didn't. And CNN also was improper to expect her to do so because the anchor is not in the HR department. So now she and that other colleague who are co-anchoring this defense of their colleague, if there's a lawsuit somewhere along the line with this Natasha getting fired, right, they're going to be named in the suit personally. So you never want that. It's a hot mess. CNN, you're a hot mess. Get it together, people. You have a wonderful platform. And news and information is important. And by the way, if you want people to give opinion, then do what I'm doing right now. When there's an op-ed segment and we give a big take, we give our commentary, right? That's what we do all the time. That's okay. Just like in the newspaper, they'll put op-ed. That's an opinion piece, right? Opinion editorial. But mark that, note it, so that the viewer knows, everybody knows. It's really pretty easy. You can give your opinion. Just be honest when it's not news and it is opinion. That's my opinion. I'm Dawn Stensland. We'll take a quick break. You're going to meet a very special mom from our area with President Trump calling her name. Man, she became the star of the show yesterday. Listen in when we come right back to this incredible story. Be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli Summers here, and now is the time to book your summer stay at My Happy Place, the beautiful oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. I love this place, and I know you will love it too. Book a July midweek stay and save. Stay 3 nights, get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights get you $70 a night, and 7 nights will get you $80 a night in resort credits. You can use that at Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession stand. You could even take the family on a whale-watching boat cruise, but you gotta book direct with the Grand Hotel for the best rates and resort credits. The Grand is also the perfect place to host a wedding or special event. With 4 ballrooms, they have the perfect space to make lifetime memories. Call my friend Caitlin, who was just named 2025 South Jersey's Face of Weddings. She'll help you plan the wedding of your dreams or any other event. Visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Make your reservations now. grandhotelcapemay.com.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
Let King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia help protect you and your family. King Shooter Supply has over 200 years of combined firearms experience to help you get what you need to protect what you love. They gladly welcome beginners into their family of competitive shooters, recreational shooters, law enforcement professionals, and hunters. They'll guide you through the nuances of finding the right firearm, ammunition, and accessories that you need for self-defense. Visit them at 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia. Visit them on Facebook or at kingshooters.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it.
but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Jack Fritz. Join me on the boardwalk in Ocean City, New Jersey to see Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in a musical salute to Philly sports on Saturday, July 12th. I'll be out front before the show signing my new book, Ring the Bell, which is all about our beloved Phils. Get tickets to the show at joeconklin.com and buy the book at ringthebellbook.com. joeconklin.com!
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and Ocean City, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com! Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh, wow.
Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There are so many threats to your retirement future, from geopolitical clashes to economic volatility. But the exclusive crash-proof retirement system protects over 6,000 clients from each and every one of those threats.
My name is Fred Everly, and I'm a Crash-Proof retirement consumer that joined Crash-Proof 2022. Everybody should consider Crash-Proof retirement if you really want to save your nest egg, especially in the environment we're in right now. You have the opportunity to make not just 4 or 6%. You could go into the double digits, and that interest will earn more interest. My money is still protected by the Crash-Proof retirement system, and that puts a big smile on my face.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The Don Stensland Show. Don Stensland live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You log into your
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Texas, but you're going to have it. More and more people are talking about school choice. Good thing. This will be the godsend for mothers like Angelina Banks from Philadelphia. Where's Angelina? Where is Angelina? Oh. 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 You are very pretty. She went out for a second and she's coming back. Okay? Where's Ange? Come on over here, Angelina. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, wow. How are you? I won't ask you where you've been, okay? I promise. But it's great to have you. It's great to have. I mentioned your name. I said, where's Angelina? He said, she'll be right back, sir. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Aubrey and Ava Jane, Angelina says the tax relief for child care and education are a foundation for stability and dignity. I think those were your words, right? Stability and dignity. Good word.
So you know where Angelina Banks is? She's right here with us, here on the Dawn Stensland Show. I'm Dawn, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Angelina grew up in Philadelphia, is a mom ambassador with Moms for America. We want to hear all about what happened yesterday during that big news conference. Angelina, it's my honor to have you here today.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Absolutely. I'm in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia. So I guess you grew up in Philadelphia, but you've moved now Springfield Township. So we're practically neighbors. We're, not so far apart.
I'm 300 yards from the city limit.
So yeah, we're right by each other. So, we love this message. So first of all, I have to start with, before we get into it, where were you? Your daughter?
Oh, okay. So we were, my youngest had a little emergency potty room break. So we were taking care of that. Of course, we did everything before we went out there. And then 5 minutes into it, she's getting the wiggles.
Mommy.
And I'm like, okay. I'm like, can you hold it? She's like, no, I have to go. So we tried to be as fast as we could, but I guess we did not move fast enough.
I think everybody relates. That's when they do, you get all set up and you organize everything and then they go, Mommy, I really have to go. But it was truthfully, it was an adorable moment and just that interaction. What was that like for you to be part of that news conference with all of those Moms for America and right there with President Trump?
So I think it really is a testimony to how much this president and this administration really does care about the everyday average American. And everyone on that stage had some sort of connection to why the one big beautiful bill would benefit or improve their life. And so meeting some of the other people from all over the country, it was just really overwhelming because I'm coming as a mom, but there were so many other people who had tragic stories, who were touched by fentanyl or touched by lack of border security, or various people whose job spaces were going to have the potential to be negatively impacted if this bill is not passed. So it was nice to bring a little levity and bring a little humor to a situation that sometimes is really serious.
Yeah, it's so true. And so for you, and I know that you had a chance during one of the town halls with J.D. Vance. What was that like was that the first member of this administration that you had met with? Was it J.D. Vance first and then with Trump?
So I don't know if you remember, but do you remember the Oaks town hall?
Yes.
So I had the pleasure to be one of the people on stage with President Trump for that. And my question that time was actually about economic impact and how he was going to work to lessen the burden on the everyday family. And then I surprisingly was able, through Moms for America, to meet with J.D. Vance soon after that. And that was quite amazing. Moms for America really does do a great job to give moms like me the opportunity to have our concerns realized and then actually answered.
And so for you, one of them was the curriculum, critical race theory, right? DEI stuff.
Mm-hmm, yep, that was something that impacted our family. I'm a mother of a blended family, and so back in the late teens, 2018, 19, right before COVID, we just had some personality changes or just energy shifts in the house, and we couldn't figure out exactly what was going on. And then we realized that there were various themes and ideas being introduced to the kids that we weren't on board with or even knew about. And so that kind of put me into the space of being vocal politically or just in school board meetings. And then ever since then, I've found my voice and the courage to speak out when I don't agree or I see some sort of injustice.
And I saw one of the podcasts that you've gone on. It was entitled Montgomery County's Angelina Banks on Being a Black Conservative in a Blue County. What does that headline mean to you, and how would you explain to somebody what's going on in your life and why maybe you make a headline like that? Maybe people assume because of the way you look that you would be a Democrat.
Yes. So, that's a really good question. Thank you for asking that. We have a society that talks a lot about diversity and what that is. And unfortunately, it's just a visual diversity. It's not a diversity in thought. And so when I vocally, publicly express opinions that people say, oh, well, you don't look like somebody would have that opinion, it takes me back a little bit because, the freedom of thought is such an integral part of being American. And so I felt, even though I like to really stay away from the race things, I felt that it was an important thing to have a conversation about, because I don't think what group somebody wants to put you in should limit what you want to think or what you should be able to say. And the issues that affect all of us shouldn't be partisan. Like, it shouldn't be a partisan issue to want a better life for my children. It shouldn't be a partisan issue to demand transparency in the schools. And so I'm trying to break down these walls, because at the end of the day, we're all Americans, and we all want to live the American dream, and we all want what is best for our families.
Yeah, and so for you, when I know that they call it, Trump calls it and Congress calls it the big beautiful bill, as they work through that piece of legislation, which pieces of it directly impact you and your family, Angelina?
So specifically, it would be the expanded tax child credits. When those provisions were made temporarily back in the previous Trump administration, it was a lifeline for our family. Everyone, especially working moms, struggle with balancing the budget and your time. It's, do I sacrifice time or do I sacrifice money? And so when that came along, it just gave us a little bit of breathing room. And I know if it helped me, it can help a lot of other people. And there are certainly other provisions in that bill that I would love to see passed. But I think the importance of each person making the different aspects of the bill personal is because right now they're trying to shred so many different parts of it. And that really is Trump's platform in one big, beautiful bill. And he had a mandate to get that passed. And so I think stories like mine and the other people who were up there show those who are making decisions that each part of that bill can positively impact thousands of Americans.
And so as well, I imagine that you would benefit, and here in Pennsylvania, we know that it was line item vetoed, but some kind of school choice and school vouchers. We could only wish for that one. But the DEI stuff, the indoctrination in the public schools and some private schools, by the way, I don't think it's supposed to go away, but it's still there. What would you say to that?
It is definitely still there, and it's just classified by other names, which is really unfortunate, because the more time we take away from actual academic instruction, the more our children suffer. And recently, I don't know if it was last year, Pennsylvania State tried to get rid of the earned income tax credit for people who want to apply it to private education or other types of education. And we really rallied, our school community rallied to make sure that did not go away. So it's not just a federal issue, it's a state and local issue as well. And people really should pay attention.
Yeah, and I think that's, I know everybody's busy. We're all busy, but it's so important. And it's amazing to me sometimes how people are not well educated on these issues. And so then it becomes tribal. It's like, well, I'm for this side and I'm for that side. And we don't have a conversation. And that's something, Angelina, that I'm dedicated to. So even when somebody calls in and they don't like Trump, or they don't like Republicans or conservative values, I'll listen to them. I want to have the conversation. I want to open that up. What would you say to people as far as having this conversation as a mom right now, what it means to your little kids in school, what it means to you and your husband?
I mean, I think it's extremely important for people to be open to conversation. You have to be uncomfortable with getting uncomfortable sometimes, and that's the only way real progress can be made. And maybe it's hearing an idea that you might not agree with, but you have to be open to discussing it. That's the only way we can come together, because we're not all exactly alike. There will be a difference in any way, not just what you consider a big issue. So I think it's just really important to take a little bit of time to find stillness within yourself, have the grace and the ability to speak with other people and just hear their opinion. You don't have to agree, but at least give everyone a space to be heard.
It's beautifully said, Angelina. What would you, I do want to ask you if you have political ambitions. I believe you ran for public office at one point, but do you have, some other maybe running for something yourself and getting involved in that regard at some point?
So I guess the short answer would be yes. I have run in the past. I do live in an area where it's difficult for voices like mine to be heard, let alone even appreciated. And so I think that's what kind of pushed me to organizations like Moms for America, because if I can't change things on my local level, at least I can give other people hope and give them a little push or encouragement to make themselves vocal in the public space. And so I would love to run again. I just really want to have a little bit more strategy behind it, because I really feel like I can positively impact this world, this country, my community. And I want to do it in a way that's welcomed and appreciated.
And I imagine for your kids and your daughters, you're a role model. I mean, you're also setting that example through your actions of being a strong woman.
Yes, 100%. Honestly, if I didn't have children, I probably would have never been on this path. And I always say, there was a dream about what America was supposed to be. And I had a lovely childhood. The America I grew up with was amazing. And then when I became a mom, I saw some of those dreams and opportunities and just the innocence of the American childhood being slowly stripped away. So I kind of do whatever I can to ensure that my children just have the beauty that I grew up with, and all of the other children too, not just mine.
Angelina Banks, well, we'd love to keep on following you, keep on with the conversation. Thank you so much. What a great day, and thanks for sharing in your story, Angelina.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Angelina Banks.
Oh, you are very pretty. She went out for a second and she's coming back.
Man, she'll never forget it. What a cool moment. Angelina Banks. Dan, thank you for setting up Angelina. It's just a really fun interview. Isn't she just such a beautiful person inside and out?
She really is. And some great comments on YouTube. Just Suze loves Jeffy. Just all caps. Well, not all caps, but exclamation points abound. I love this woman. She's a very, very great woman. It was great to see her get some credit there from President Trump.
Pretty cool. And I do think we all relate, and Dan and Maisie are about to be able to relate to that moment that it's always when you're at something, whether it's a church service or a wedding or, a Trump news conference, and you've everybody's dressed up and you've got your little one in the little shoes and everything's perfect and they went to the potty. You did everything right. And then, Daddy, you're going to get that. I have to go.
Oh, that's terrible.
You're about you're not. You're probably like 3 years away, maybe 2 years away from those moments, right?
Yeah. And look at her. I love the smile that she has on her face. She's like, I'll just call it. Yep.
She's like, she just smiled. What are you gonna do? It's just But all the parents behind Trump, it's a huge crowd of different individuals, all parents and with their kids and whatnot. So I think everybody just nods and says, well, she's obviously with her daughter, and ushers in her daughter, and they're in very pretty flowery dresses. What a cool moment. Well, we'll get your thoughts and we'll continue on. We're going to have so many updates for you, and we'll get it all in hopefully today on this Friday. Man, what a cloudy, cool Friday it is. Just in time for the weekend, right?
What a difference from the entire week. Like, it's about to be the weekend. Can't we have some nice, beautiful weather to be outside? Nope, 68 degrees and, cloudy. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Mother Nature. So we'll talk about Piazza Auto Group really quick. Piazza Auto Group, I'm going to be there tomorrow because we are dealing with Larry's car. So I'll be with Awesome Ross, the boss, locally at Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. We'll actually be there tomorrow. So I'm always looking forward to seeing them, that's for sure. But it's an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. There are 5 Honda dealerships, Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. I mean, that's a pretty big deal, right? Best overall brand, most trusted brand, best value brand. So whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V, that's what Larry has, the new CR-V. I have the HR-V, or what about the Honda Pilot? I thought about it and test drove it. It's a beautiful vehicle. If you're choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers, just like you and me, come and experience the award-winning excellence Piazza Honda in Philadelphia. That's where I'll be tomorrow. Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, they're all over. So shop online, piazzahonda.com, Piazza, piazzahonda.com for all today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I met my wife in law school at the University of Florida. She was from upstate New York and I was from Kentucky. We met at a daily mass at St. Augustine's. She was the most beautiful girl I'd ever seen in my life. After communion, I followed her out of the church and got her phone number. The rest is history. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Little did we know that one day we would have 4 children and the largest injury firm in the world. All 4 work in the business. It's a family business. Did I ever see this coming? Hell no. We just worked very hard and treated our clients like we would want to be treated, like family. It's a full-service injury firm, auto accidents, medical malpractice, workers' compensation, Social Security, and insurance disputes. We're open 24/7, 365 days a year. Visit forthepeople.com and we can get to work on your case. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. If you're like me, your house took a real beating this winter from all the snow, ice, and storms.
At Emmons Roofing and Siding, we're here to put it back together. We specialize in storm-resistant roofing and siding systems designed to last no matter what Mother Nature throws at it.
Well, Emmons is who I use and recommend, so call Emmons today at 856-556-3229 for a free roof inspection.
Or visit us at callemmons.com.
Callemmons.com. Emmons, protecting homes, one roof at a time.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There is a tremendous price war in the term life industry. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man, age 45, non-smoker, $1 million of coverage, $75 per month level rate for 10 years. Or a man, age 50, non-smoker, can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of $110. Level rate for 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rate for 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-800-734-7660. You're probably paying more than you should. Call 1-800-734-7660. Remember, 1-800-734-7660. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-smoker underwriting. Exam required to qualify. That number for Term Busters is 1-800-734-7660. 1-800-734-7660.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescues Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock.
and prices. That's right, the supplements that you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions of people are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We'll remove the stress and work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Hey, this is Larry Stitus with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The breaking news of this morning out of the Supreme Court of the United States, SCOTUS. This is a victory, at least a partial victory, for President Trump's administration. So SCOTUS granting this partial stay means they're going to hold it. This is a request by the Trump administration to block the lower courts from issuing universal injunctions. So this is a victory to the administration as now they look to, try to put in place their top priorities. And this has to do with executive orders and executive actions. So the justice is ruling 6-3, allowing the lower courts to issue these injunctions in certain cases, though what they're leaving open the question of how the ruling will apply to birthright citizenship. Okay, that looks like birthright citizenship orders. That one, I believe, is still in question. And so they say these applications do not raise and do not address the question whether the executive order violates the citizenship clause or the so-called Nationality Act. And Justice Amy Coney Barrett was writing for the majority, for the 6 who voted this way. So she wrote that the issue before us is one of remedy, whether under the Judiciary Act of 1789, federal courts have equitable authority to issue any universal injunctions. And so in this one, it's a partial victory, if you will. But the court making clear it is not ruling whether or not the executive order at the heart of the case involving birthright citizenship is constitutional. So what they're doing here is they are instructing the district courts that we've seen making these rulings to move expeditiously, and I'm quoting from this, to ensure that with respect to each and every plaintiff, that's the person complaining, that the injunctions comport with this rule and otherwise comply with the principles of equity. And so they are holding this order from taking effect for 30 days. So what the court is doing is instructing, essentially, or ordering those lower courts to be quick about it, move through this quickly, decide how the ruling would apply to this particular plaintiffs bringing the suit. And so the three, as you may imagine, the three dissenters in this one, Justices Elena Kagan, Ketanji Brown Jackson, the newest, and then Justice Sonia Sotomayor. So they dissented in this case. Sotomayor, this is a scathing dissent, and she writes, quote, nothing less than an open invitation to for the government to bypass the Constitution. I'm just going to point out to you that this was not a slam dunk for this administration. It was partial, and it sounds like it's narrow. It's laser focused, and putting the onus back on the lower courts. But Justice Sotomayor writes, the executive branch can now enforce policies that flout settled law. Now, remember, many say this is not settled, but settled law, and violate countless individuals' constitutional rights, and the federal courts will be hamstrung to stop its actions fully. Sotomayor continues to write, until the day that every affected person manages to become party to a lawsuit and then secures for themselves injunctive relief, the government may act lawlessly indefinitely. Not even a decision from this court would necessarily do that. And so I'm not happy with it, but now it goes back to the lower courts. So we still have up in the air a complete ruling on the birthright citizenship issue. So I'm sure they'll continue to go after that. But it's a nationwide injunction in a birthright citizenship case, but it's a very narrow, from the way I'm reading this, it's a very narrow ruling. Do you see what I'm saying? That this applies now to these particular plaintiffs in these courts. So they're going to limit the use of these kinds of nationwide injunctions. So that is definitely one of the breaking news pieces that we're talking about today. As we look through the docket of what's going on, just a follow up on something that we talked about yesterday, and we, my heart goes out to the police widows. As we had a long conversation with the women of the Fitzgerald family, Marissa Fitzgerald, Sergeant Chris Fitzgerald's widow, and as well his mom. And when we had the discussion, it struck me as I was talking about the trial upcoming last week, and now that it has concluded and we're ending the week here, please keep them, the Fitzgerald family and Fitzgerald children, in your prayers, but as well thinking about the broader family, if you will, of law enforcement families killed in the line of duty, whether it's the Pennsylvania State Police. I think of, Stephanie Mack. I mean, she's become my buddy. You think about that because her husband was killed in the line of duty as a Pennsylvania State Trooper. I think of Judy Cassidy, how many decades we've known each other, for a sad reason, because I think of her story back in the day. I was still anchoring at Fox 29, 10 o'clock news, covering that with Judy every year. And Judy would tell the story about Chuck, how he would, every Sunday night, he made dinner to give her a break, as a mom. And he made spaghetti dinner. Every Sunday night, he made the same thing. It was Chuck spaghetti, and you think about that, and helping clean up in the dishes. Just a great dad, a great husband. And actually, my stepson, Jonathan, who's been on the show, got to know the family as well and did some fundraisers over the years. And you think about that, and you say, well, I'm so glad that we're in each other's lives, but not for the original reason. It just shouldn't be happening. The violence that we see now increased against law enforcement. So we've been pushing hard for the latest fundraiser, but they're all year round. The Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, fbbcf.org. I hope that you go there, check them out. And that's one thing that really benefits the children in their lives. They provide grants and all kinds of support. And it's a 501c3 nonprofit. But on the Wawa website, because these are the Wawa days, right? They give out a hero award every year. It's $50,000. This is a game-changing, huge award. And the voting is only going on until 5 o'clock today. So if you haven't done already, please just, you can, and I tweeted it out. Nick Cale did too. I think everybody did, PHT, Greg Stocker, like I think everybody, probably Dom and Rich too, but everybody's been putting this out because we've supported them for many, many years. Please vote for them. It's really easy. It takes you literally 10 seconds to vote for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation through the Wawa Heroes Award, because they get $50K, and that really helps locally. It helps so many families, and also they do a lot of education outreach with children to bring together community policing, police, really as role models, and it's really a beautiful message. So just wanted to bring that forth. I know that we have, so just, if I haven't told you, I apologize, but next week, a lot of us are off. Dan Borowski is going to be here holding up the fort, if you will, kind of running the entire, I don't know, what are you going to be here, like 6 to 5, like what? No, it's like a 12-hour.
No, I'll be doing the morning show, working with Kathy, and then Dom will be with Henry.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I thought you were going to be assisting with the Kalen Company.
Yeah.
That'll be Anna.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
And that if you're not aware, to listeners, how that usually works is start at 5 p.m. the day before, at least, even before that, you're sending yourself cuts, compiling a cut sheet, trying to get that out by 7:30, 8 to the team so they can start pulling it, getting bid by 9, 10. It's a whole thing. So it's an adjustment that I have to make that you are so familiar with, and I very much respect you for that.
Show prep never ends.
It doesn't.
Never ends.
Not for you, no.
So with that program note, so it'll be the great Shannon Burke. I love Shannon's voice. He's a great guy, Florida man, and Anna. So we have Florida man and Florida woman, actually, not in the same place in Florida, but Shannon Burke
I think they know
and
each
Anna
other
Hummel.
too.
Yeah, which is cool.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. Shannon Burke, and I had a chance to work with him a lot. He had filled in a lot over the years. But so they'll be with Dan and Jimmy Kelly. And then, like you said, so Kathy Barnett will be here. Notice that it takes at least 2 people they have to bring in to fill in for me. I'm just saying. Takes 2. I'm just saying, Greg Stocker. Do we have Kathy?
Sorry, I just was actually on the phone with who's covering next week in this great lineup for the great Dawn Stenson,
Yes.
Kathy Barnett.
Kathy Barnett's my buddy.
Hey, Kath, how you doing?
Is she there?
Hey, I'm
Kathy.
doing well. Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
We hear you now. We're like a phone commercial.
Okay, great. I know. Can you guys hear me okay? The connection good?
I think so.
Yeah, I think
So
we're good. Yep.
we were just talking about a lot of us are off next week. You'll be in 10 to noon all next week. So thank you, my friend, for giving me a little time
Absolutely.
off. And as well to Dan. And
We love you, Dawn.
love you back. So we wanted to promote that fact that you'll be here next week, Kathy, and then as well promoting this weekend coming up because you're always busy.
Yes, right. There's a lot going on. I mean, it's like you can't even digest what just happened before you're flooded and overwhelmed with something new. So I'm sure you've been talking about the New York City mayoral race and Mamdani.
Mamdani, right? Mamdani.
Okay, I'm gonna go with you. I have no
Mamdani.
idea. It looks like Mamdani, but yes, nonetheless, a very radicalized Muslim.
Well, the funny thing was, well, first of all, you got Dan Borowski in your brain, so you're thinking Dan. But the funny thing is, I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but everybody was saying his name differently. So it was hard to figure out. And I think over the years, he himself has pronounced his name differently and had different accents to boot.
Yes.
Okay.
You know?
Yes, but you know what? I mean, it really is an American thing, and we can do better. I remember when I was out there with Vivek Ramaswamy trying to get people to say that. But vague name was slaughtered. But we came up with, interesting, cute little ways to get people to remember. And then, of course, now people do. And so people will eventually learn Ma'am Donnie name.
Yes.
Eventually, right? But in the meantime, don't be bullied or intimidated. Say it however you feel it, and we will figure it out later on.
I mean, here's an example of the accent.
Living here when I'm 7 years old, is there different parts of my life?
Worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour.
Mom Donnie.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
And by the way, he always promotes that he was born in Uganda. But when he was very young, he moved to like Cape Town, South Africa, where they don't have that accent, and then moved to the States at the age of 7. So it's like, come on with the accent.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, come on. What we really need to come on is the fact that America, we need to take a long, hard look at ourselves, not only our immigration laws and how people are immigrated here and become U.S. citizens here, and where their allegiance lie, and the fact that we don't really require people to assimilate to our culture. We are not Iran. We are not China. We are not Russia. We're America, and there's a culture here and certain beliefs. So we have to demand better and do more. But the reality, I was looking last night at some of the numbers on the people who got him into office, and we got a problem on our hands. Fortunately, Black people came through this time.
Yes.
They did not vote for him.
No.
So Black people, we got our issues. But on this particular one, we knew. But the ones who did get him in, no surprise, are affluent, white, high-income, progressive people who got him into office. That's one. But the other one that I think is a real concern is something I've been talking about for some time, and that's the middle and working class families. We feel squeezed. And the fact that Democrats and Republicans have been ignoring this group because no one really talks about the middle class is a problem. And this particular person, he tap danced on that nerve, and they went for him.
Yeah, and I think it also shows you the poor choices they have in New York City, huge New York City, and they obviously need to work on getting better candidates. I know that there was a story that Curtis Sliwa, who's the Republican on there, who they say just does not have a chance. So I guess they were trying to negotiate with him to try to get him to endorse Mayor Adams. And he's saying, no, he won't do that.
Yeah, listen, but we in Pennsylvania, we know all about our leadership trying to force unlikable candidates down our throats. Hint, hint, Dr. Oz, right? And look how that turned out. And so whether it's on the Democrat side of the political aisle or the Republican, we have a problem within the hierarchy of our respective leadership, party leadership, is that they think they know better. They're arrogant. They sit high. They look low. And they think they can just get anybody and shove them down the voter's throat. And that's not the case, as we saw here in Pennsylvania with Mammoth Oz and now with Cuomo, right? The granny killer, the one who got kicked out and had to leave his office as governor. They thought, oh, yeah, we'll take that guy and ram him down the people's throats. And that's not the case. I don't know if the party leadership will learn their lesson, but we do have a problem. In addition to, I'm sure you probably talked about it, just the radicalization of the Democrat Party. And now they've created a beast that they can no longer control. And the beast has left the cave, and now it's out here behaving in all kinds of ways, right? So it was okay when the Democrat Party radicalized our children. They applauded mental health, instability. They made perpetual victims of our young people. But now, guess what? Those young people have grown up, and now they're running for office, and they're kicking the party out. And so, so these are very real issues. We got a lot of issues in this country that we're going to have to contend with.
Yeah, it's so true. And, just looking at, like you said, always follow the money trail. Who is financing somebody like this? Because obviously it's not the business community. And that's the shame of it with New York City. I'm looking, I've already looked beyond the election. I'm just wondering, where are the media capitals? Where are they going to move? Because remember, even CNN used to be based in Atlanta. So everybody in the media, their headquarters, they're all HQ'd in New York City. So I have to wonder, are they going to move out? Is the financial center of the world, are they going to move out? Will they move to Stamford? Do you know what I mean? Like, where are they going to move? Because
they don't move to Pennsylvania. The last thing we need are more Democrats.
Right, exactly.
Go somewhere else, or suffer the consequences of what you've created.
So what else you have? What else are you working on? What interests you, Kathy Barnett?
You know what? I put it out there on social media, and now I am in conversations. Hell has frozen over apparently because I am looking for how I can go into New York and come alongside of Mayor Adams right now. I mean, this is very crazy, and as much as I would relish watching Democrats suffer under the leadership of Bondi, whatever his name is, the reality is they're going to flee and they're going to come here with their stupid ideas because they don't learn the easy way. They're going to come here and try to recreate themselves. Or, New York City is just a test ground. Look at Europe right now. It all started in London with the Shiite Muslim there who became mayor. And so this will spread. This is not going to stop. And we need better people to come alongside it. We need to realize Shiite Muslims, they have a particular ideology. And that ideology, as you can see, is playing out in Iran right now. And so, but the reality is we want to pretend that we're all the same and we all think the same and we all want the same. And that is not true. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about this Saturday on my show. What is true? And how can we say these things, begin to say these things out loud?
Well, Kathy Barnett's show. Thank you, my friend. Next week, it'll be Kathy Barnett, 10 to noon every day right here. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you, my friend. Blessings. Enjoy your time with your family.
Thank you so much. She's the best, Kathy Barnett. So Kathy for Truth. I know you're already following her. So we will talk about all of it and which governor is now suing Fox News. Have you heard about this one? We'll have this story and much more right here on The Dawn Show. Thanks for being here.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
You log into your DSP. It's confusing. Where do you build a campaign? Where's the report? Targeting's vague, CTV's tacked on and overpriced. Then you find Viant. Setup? Just a chat prompt. AI does the rest. Targeting? People-based and precise across premium publishers. Measurement? Transparent, outcome-driven. And CTV? We've led since streaming meant something. Viant is the DSP that actually gets advertising. Still trading on a desk? Visit Viant.ai to unlock real results today.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's raining, or it's about to be, depending on where you are, but kind of cool, rainy day. High of only 74 degrees, chilly this morning. And since we're on a media theme here, I want to be fair. We started out where I was ripping CNN and talking about journalism and the state of journalism. Well, now, Gavin Newsom, California governor, suing Fox News, filing this defamation suit for $787 million, specifically naming Fox News host Jesse Waters, and claims that Jesse was lying about the timing of his phone calls with President Donald J. Trump during protests in Los Angeles over Trump's deportation policies and ICE arrests, etc. So Dan Borowski, our great executive producer, actually discovered that original clip that's at the heart. I guess this is evidence piece number one that Newsom says is, would show that Waters, in fact,
or alleged evidence.
Well, it's evidence, though. It's going to be evidence of an allegation, right?
There you go. Yeah. My bad. Sorry.
No.
You ready?
Yep.
Democrat governors let violence fester until finally Trump restored order. Trump's not waiting around this time. He says if it wasn't for him, L.A. would be up in smoke.
Called him up to tell him, got to do a better job. He's doing a bad job, causing a lot of death and a lot of potential death. If we didn't send out the National Guard, and last time we gave a little additional, it's usually radical left, and it's usually governors that are Democrat, and they don't want to call them in. They don't want to save lives. They don't want to save property. They don't want to call them in. I don't know what it is.
Newsom responded, and he said there wasn't a phone call. He said Trump never called him. Not even a voicemail, he said. But John Roberts got Trump's call logs, and it shows Trump called him late Friday night, and they talked for 16 minutes. Why would Newsom lie and claim Trump never called him? Why would he do that? Gavin could have called up the Guard Friday night and could have stopped the violence and saved millions of dollars in damages. But we're now on our 5th day of mayhem, and Newsom suing Trump to send the Guard home. And California congressmen, they're telling the National Guard to disobey orders.
The legal provision Donald Trump is relying on to deploy the National Guard under 10 U.S.C. Section 12406, he is violating the law, because that provision very clearly says that the governors of the states have to give the order, and Governor Newsom clearly didn't do that. And this is very important. I ask every National Guard member to read their orders, read the law, and then decide for themselves if they're following an unlawful order.
Ted Lieu's a lawyer, and he doesn't know what the law is. Presidents have mobilized the Guard.
So we know that the courts ruled with regard to that. We've already discussed it, just that last point. The courts have ruled in favor of Trump with regard to sending in the National Guard. That's not an issue here. I will say this, that the reporting stems from President Trump's claims on June 10th that he last spoke with Governor Newsom of California the previous day, which would have been the 9th. That was a phone call that Newsom says never happened. And Newsom instead says that he spoke to Trump early on June 7th and provided call logs that corroborated that claim. So it would not have been the 9th. It would have been June 7th. So here's the big piece of this, I will say. Governor Newsom's lawyers said in a letter that they would drop this lawsuit. Remember, $787 million. They say they will drop the lawsuit if Fox News apologizes and retracts that report, or I think they would want it to air on Jesse Waters' show and get an apology from him. And they've said they would drop that. So I don't know what they'll decide to do. The lawyers will look through this, but I will say this. Number one, proving defamation of a public person is extremely difficult. So that's not really the issue. The issue is how much money you have to spend on lawyers to fight it. And so I suspect if Newsom's telling the truth, in other words, if Fox looked through those call logs and they were only looking at, let's say, the 8th and the 9th, and there really was a June 7th conversation, we're all going to see a retraction. That would be the right thing to do, to say, well, in fact, we went back and here's the story and we want to just give you all the details and set the record straight. That would be fine. And since I called out CNN, I'll always say, and you know me, if I goof up on the timing or if there's tangible evidence that I missed, I'm going to tell you that. I'm going to apologize. Or even if there's a clarification that's necessary. They may very well come back and say, this is what Trump said. This is what, based on what we had, we looked at the 10th, we looked at the 9th, we looked at the 8th. And based on what everybody was talking about, nobody was talking about the 7th. Now we have the 7th. Here's what the call log shows. Then that's a clarification that happens all the time. So it looks like Gavin Newsom wants that clarification and has offered to drop the suit. Just wanted to let you know, get your thoughts, 855-839-1210. Man, a lot of media news, right? It's Friday. We'll be right back.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Cloudy and much cooler conditions continue in the forecast through the rest of today. There will be a chance for a scattered shower, high around 75. Still a shower chance tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low 68. And for Saturday, becoming partly sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90.
Porsche Delaware is excited to announce its newly expanded maintenance and reconditioning services, now offering care for classic Porsche in addition to general maintenance. Schedule an appointment online today at PorscheDelaware.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don't get left in the dark. Power up with a Generac generator from MT Rule, your local Generac generator dealer. Certified technicians properly size and install your generator with true turnkey service. Free estimates, financing options, peace of mind, and annual service contracts. Plus, 1210 listeners get a special offer, a 5-year extended warranty, 1 year of free mobile link monitoring, and a free whole house surge protector. Call 610-539-2920. 610-539-2920.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So I've been detailing the fact that the Supreme Court of the United States releasing some of their rulings, and it's breaking news. I had talked previously when this was filed, the Mahmoud v. Taylor case. This is Montgomery County Public Schools in Maryland. This is a landmark Supreme Court case about parental rights and LGBTQ plus inclusive education. I would say it's more about parental rights in general. That's the headline for me. But it centers around whether or not a parent could opt your children out of lessons that would include any kinds of books that are in violation with your, let's say, your religious beliefs, that would be contrary to that and sort of violate your religious beliefs and the way that you're raising your children. So in this one, the example was LGBTQ plus themes, i.e. indoctrination, because I would submit to you that some of these books, and if you look at these books, they go way beyond anything like things about being gay or anything of that nature. Some of them are really graphic books, so there is a lot in there. Some of it is downright pornographic, and we've talked about that. Some of these books, I would be in a violation of FCC rules, and Odyssey would be fined if I read some of these books on the air right now live, okay? That would be a violation. We would get slapped with huge fines. I would get in big trouble, right? But you can give those out in a school? No. So in this one, they've ruled, the bottom line on it is that at the end of the day, it's a real win for parental rights. And so the Supreme Court coming out with this and saying that, number one, you as a parent, you have parental rights. And so the Supreme Court siding with these Maryland parents in Montgomery County, Maryland, not Montgo in our region, obviously, but this will have nationwide impacts as these hundreds of parents, they're demonstrating outside the Montgomery County School Board meeting back. And this was a couple of years ago. I reported this. They were very upset with all this and said, no, we as parents, we can dictate this. And if we don't feel comfortable or if this is a violation that's in direct contradiction with the religious teachings that we have for our kids, you're not allowed to just do this in school if we say no. So the Supreme Court ruling just this morning in favor of the parents. They had objected on religious grounds to the use of a lot of these books and the characters. And we're talking about grade school. We're talking about little kids. So parents who sued, they argued they wanted to be able to pull their children out of these lessons that were using these books that had themes. Yes, they were LGBTQ plus themes, but if you remember, and I'd done segments on it, if you remember this a couple years ago, I mean, some of this, like I say, very graphic, sexual, detailed material. The justices, once again, they ruled 6-3 with the 3 liberal justices dissenting. And so in this one, Justice Samuel Alito, he wrote the majority opinion. He said, and I'll quote here, "Without an injunction, the parents will continue to suffer an unconstitutional burden on their religious exercise, and such a burden unquestionably constitutes irreparable injury." And so on this one, they're saying this is irreparable harm, damage to these kids and their families by doing this. And see what that opens up with the word irreparable injury. What do you hear? If you're a lawyer, ding, 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 that is music to a civil attorney's ears, because you know what that means? Irreparable injury. So if you do this, local school district and teacher and principal, if you do this and you violate this, ding, 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 I wonder, does that open them up to damages? You have irreparably damaged these children. So there's that. So obviously, this is a big win for parents. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. We'll be right back.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we give our students credit where credit is due. Credit for deciding in the middle of rush hour traffic to go back and get their bachelor's and a promotion. Credit for managing 3 kids, 2 dogs, and a full-time job to pursue an MBA. And credit for serving in the military by day so they can study cybersecurity at night. For over 75 years, we've been helping students receive the credit they deserve. With more than 135 degrees and certificates, students at UMGC can use prior learning or relevant experience to earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's, and graduate students can transfer up to 12 credits toward their master's. At UMGC, you'll find everything, online to hybrid courses, lifetime career services to scholarship opportunities, making your education journey flexible, fast, and affordable. Classes start soon. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm Optima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Big news! Newsmax just went public on the New York Stock Exchange. And millions like you are joining our news revolution. Newsmax is now the 4th highest rated news channel, just behind CNN. Reuters says we're one of the top news brands in America. 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and more. So download our free Newsmax app
on your smartphone or TV and start watching. President Trump says Newsmax is truly terrific. Get the free Newsmax app and check out Newsmax shares on the stock exchange. Go to newsmaxinvest.com. That's newsmaxinvest.com. This is not an offer to buy or sell securities, nor shall there be any sale of securities in any jurisdiction in which such an offer would be unlawful.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
Computex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at Computex4U.com.
Win a Maserati at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive drawing. Play and earn entries now through June for your chance at over $1.5 million in prizes, including 2 Maserati Gran Turismo Modenas valued at $200,000. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings May 31st and June 28th. The $1.5 million Luxury and Overdrive. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, so a lot of reaction on our, thanks for being here today. And for those of you on the YouTube chat watching, I put this big screen TV in our kitchen. It's kind of obnoxious. I have to get a smaller one, but I always have but if I get home in time, I'll watch the Dom show and then Zioli. So like Zioli's in the kitchen. And then I have like another monitor where I have the 5 on. Do you know what I mean? In the other room so that I can see the Fox, like the Fox. I love Dana and all that. So then then I have the CC on, the closed captioning, but then I'm watching and listening to Zioli. It's like, it's obnoxious. It is. I'm making dinner and I'm like, it's terrible.
Pennsylvanians, if you're wondering why your electric bills have gone up so much, you can blame this woman alone, Dawn Sensland, for her 18 screens on it.
I know, right? I know. It's so true. But yeah, Susan, you guys are having your own debate about, and Fred, it is an unscheduled press conference because it's breaking news with some big Supreme Court rulings that I'm sure Trump wants to react to, as far as the ruling on the parental rights case, but also the birthright citizenship case. These are big rulings that we've been waiting for. And so the fact that they're coming down today. And then thank you, Suze, Arthur, so many of you wishing me well to have a good family vaco. We're not really going anywhere. No.
That's what I was going to ask you. Is it a trip or it's just a staycation?
No, we are just spending time with family and we're paying a visit. My sister-in-law, Kathleen, remember I told you, and thank you for praying for her. She's been battling cancer back and forth. And so her birthday was yesterday.
Happy birthday.
We love you, Kathleen, and praying for you. But just doing family stuff, which is sometimes that's nice to relax.
I want to underline, too. I mean, this is the final summer you might have.
I know.
I don't want to say that, but is it emotional to think that?
Not yet. With David, with my youngest, the baby. So he just graduated high school. But
I didn't know if this staycation was some time that you could spend extra with him. Or
it is, but the truth is that, and we're watching, because Trump they have the empty podium, but don't worry, we're not going to miss a thing with Trump. But it's, and a lot of you can relate to this, the empty nester thing. So here's the thing. Jonathan, Stacia, because, I married a single dad. So they were in 6th and 7th grades when I married Larry. And that's why we got that big Chestnut Hill house. Because at one point we had 4. So,
and Jonathan was the one that came up before the Fan Expo, correct?
Right. So you guys have met.
Expert in all things pop culture, yes.
Yes. And Stacia showed up. She didn't have her 3 kids with her, but she showed up when we were at the Piazza Pets event.
Beautiful.
At the Piazza out in Chesco. So Stacia, Jonathan still live nearby, have their own homes at this point. And then Michael still lives at home because he commutes to Abington, Penn State Abington, because he's doing, going for to be, law enforcement and all, and that's the specialty, Abington. So it's David. It has to be the baby that's going to go far. With all the colleges we have in this area, and he got into every college. Where does he want to go? Out of state.
Did he?
North Carolina.
Yeah, that's
Elon.
where he chose. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Not Elon.
Mr. Musk?
Elon University. It has
Musk
nothing
University?
to do with Elon Musk. Yeah. No. Nothing like that.
No.
But, so Michael's still home. We have three locally, and Michael still is home as he commutes to Penn State Abington.
Aww.
So I don't know. Wouldn't that be something if he decided, I'm going to go to main campus?
Are you worried about
my
that?
last 2 years?
Is that a possibility?
No, I would support it completely. That's the hard thing. And Dan Borowski, for those of you who missed it, he and Maisie announced fairly recently, they're going to have their first baby girl. So someday you'll deal with this.
Yes, I hate
Trump.
to interrupt, but yes, we have to go to Trump. I do appreciate you going there, though.
Here's Donald J. Trump.
An amazing decision, one that we're very happy about. This morning, the Supreme Court has delivered a monumental victory for the Constitution, the separation of powers, and the rule of law. In striking down the excessive use of nationwide injunctions to interfere with the normal functioning of the executive branch, the Supreme Court has stopped the presidency itself. That's what they've done. And really, it's been an amazing period of time this last hour. There are people elated all over the country. I've seen such happiness and spirit. Sometimes you don't see that, but this case is very important. I was elected on a historic mandate, but in recent months we've seen a handful of radical left judges effectively try to overrule the rightful powers of the president to stop the American people from getting the policies that they voted for in record numbers. It was a grave threat to democracy, frankly, and instead of merely ruling on the immediate cases before them, these judges have attempted to dictate the law for the entire nation. In practice, this meant that if any one of the nearly 700 federal judges disagreed with the policy of a duly elected president of the United States, he or she could block that policy from going into effect or at least delay it for many years, tie it up in the court system. This was a colossal abuse of power which never occurred in American history prior to recent decades, and we've been hit with more nationwide injunctions than were issued in the entire 20th century together. Think of it, more than the entire 20th century, me. I'm grateful to the Supreme Court for stepping in and solving this very, very big and complex problem, and they've made it very simple. I want to thank Justice Barrett, who wrote the opinion brilliantly, as well as Chief Justice Roberts, and Justices Alito, Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Thomas. Great people. Thanks for this decision, and thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with numerous policies that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis. And some of the cases we're talking about would be ending birthright citizenship, which now comes to the fore. That was meant for the babies of slaves. It wasn't meant for people trying to scam the system and come into the country on a vacation. This was, in fact, it was the same date, the exact same date, the end of the Civil War. It was meant for the babies of slaves, and it's so clean and so obvious. But this lets us go there and finally win that case, because hundreds of thousands of people are pouring into our country under birthright citizenship, and it wasn't meant for that reason. It was meant for the babies of slaves. So thanks to this decision, we can now promptly file to proceed with these numerous policies and those that have been wrongly enjoined on a nationwide basis, including birthright citizenship, ending sanctuary city funding, suspending refugee resettlement, freezing unnecessary funding, stopping federal taxpayers from paying for transgender surgeries, and numerous other priorities of the American people. We have so many of them. I have a whole list. I'm not going to bore you, and I'm going to have Pam get up and say a few words, but there's really, she could talk as long as she wants because this is a very important decision. This is a decision that covers a tremendous amount of territory. But I want to just thank again the Supreme Court for this ruling. It's a giant. It's a giant. And they should be very proud, and our country should be very proud of the Supreme Court today. And with that, I'd like you to listen to the words of Pam Bondi. She's an incredible Attorney General. We're very proud of her. And as you know, Todd Blanche is with us, and we have so many others that worked on this case and other cases. And I think they're doing a great job. Pam, please say a few words.
Just take her for a second. Pam Bondi.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for fighting for all Americans. Americans are finally getting what they voted for. No longer will we have rogue judges striking down President Trump's policies across the entire nation. No longer. Today, in the 6-3 opinion, Justice Barrett correctly holds that the district court lacks authority to enter nationwide or universal injunctions. These lawless injunctions gave relief to everyone in the world instead of the parties before the court. As the Supreme Court held today, they turned district courts into the imperial judiciary. Active liberal judges have used these injunctions to block virtually all of President Trump's policies. To put this in perspective, there are 94 federal judicial districts. 5 of those districts throughout this country held 35 of the nationwide injunctions. Think about that. 94 districts and 35 out of the 40 opinions with nationwide injunctions came from 5 liberal districts in this country.
That's crazy.
No longer. No longer. These injunctions have blocked our policies from tariffs to military readiness to immigration to foreign affairs, fraud, abuse, and many other issues. The judges have tried to seize the executive branch's power, and they cannot do that. No longer. No longer. And on immigration, on a side note, today marks 2,711 arrests on these terrorists and these gangs. Total arrest today with HSI investigations. And thank you, Stephen Miller. Thank you to Homeland Security. Thank you to everyone working hand in hand with the FBI on all of these transnational gangs. TDA has been a huge terror to our country, as well as MS-13, as well as Sinaloa cartels. No longer. No longer. These injunctions have allowed district court judges to be emperors. They vetoed all of President Trump's power, and they cannot do that. This has been a bipartisan problem that has lasted 5 presidential terms, 5 different presidents, and it has ended today. We will continue to fight for President Trump's policies. I want to thank the Office of White House Counsel Dave Warren.
So Stephen Miller has talked about this and these rogue judges. I've talked about it. I think we all have, that this is ridiculous, that they could just really hijack the executive branch and a mandate that we, the people, that we, the voters, made when we elected Donald J. Trump. And so, just looking at the headlines, but Stephen Miller, who I think is brilliant, I follow him on social media. He has talked about this, explained this. And a lot of these judges, people are saying, get rid of them because they're supposed to be elected. Like this was an idea. Some of these district courts, it was an idea to fill some gaps temporarily, and then they stayed. And they now are these individuals who are just partisan hacks, who are allowed to hijack important policies and clog up the courts, as you've seen. And so these rogue judges, Trump has called it a judicial tyranny. That's what Stephen Miller has written in many of his policy statements and said this is judicial tyranny, and this is not right that they can attack policy and attack the executive branch like this and really I think, muck up the courts, if you will. And so Stephen Miller, obviously President Trump's top policy advisor, I think he's just brilliant. But saying, and as well, Caroline Leavitt has talked about this. But this is troubling, a dangerous trend that now has been righted. And so I think that they're thrilled. I thought he was going to talk more. I thought that maybe President Trump would talk about the parental rights. I imagine he'll get into that a bit. Maybe he'll talk about that one too. But this is something they've been battling. And by the way, it frees up. It frees them up. You heard how many of these cases, because of these rogue judges who just have an agenda to curtail the Trump policies. So now at this point, they can work on some other things. So I think it's all good. I'm thrilled to hear about it. And we're going to have, of course, because we're live and local, it's a great Friday. Dom Giordano. Dom, are you in? Is he going to do a tease?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, you.
Sure, Dawn, thanks. My takeaway from this, too, we have the Moms of Liberty coming up. I'm really interested in that Maryland case and what was ruled there. Perfect. And in addition to that, the Mikey Sherrill thing, I want the guy in New York to win. I know I'm not in New York, Dawn, but I want him to win. He is causing havoc, this candidate, to be the next mayor.
You want the socialist to win?
Because for the greater good, we will win.
Bring. Hi, Curtis Sliwa. Your friend Dom Giordano. You know what he just said?
I want Sliwa to stay in it. They're trying to force him out and make him go into the Trump administration. I want him in it because I think that might help the socialists more. And the reason is this. We'll win the midterms. Every one of them cannot decry this guy. They don't know what to say.
That's amen. A great Dom show. Stay right there. Thanks for being here. Have a blessed Friday.
Have a great vacation, Dawn.
Thank you, Dan.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. What a busy, busy day. And you can get on board, get your name into the hat, too. We got the side question going on. A lot of big issues. The president, Pam Bondi, just speaking. The nub of this is not only what this does, it frees up the birthright citizenship cases to go forward, the executive order. It frees up all these executive orders. You're going to see this in the trans stuff going on now that they've been dodging, that the president has issued executive orders on. And essentially it says, look, it's obvious what's going on here. In the entire 20th century, these district courts, there were only 27 blocking injunctions. In the Trump years, 100 plus. It's obvious what the tactic is. This is not the third branch of government. It is a judicial coup. The Supreme Court is the third branch of government, not some district judge sitting in Philadelphia or Timbuktu. That's where we are. A lot of YouTube stuff today, youtube.com/1210WPHT. You can get on board. And it looks like even the Trump tariff policy, I'll get to that a little bit later on, which I thought was a little bit, that's chaotic, has worked out rather well. We'll dive into that. Moms for Liberty here at 12:30 on this big LGBTQ you have the ability to opt out. What they did in Maryland, well, first of all, let me go back to the big injunction case. Not only did we get that, but we have there Amy Coney Barrett writing the opinion and taking shots at Ketanji Brown. It's all over Twitter. I've taken a look at several of these. One, she really says, really, to Ketanji Brown, you think legalese is boring in this? That's a shot at her abilities as a judge. She also talks about Ketanji Brown decrying the imperial executive, and Coney Barrett fires back, yeah, really? How about the imperial judiciary? Not even imperial. These are all princes. They're not even princes all over the country. So both of these are big. And what happened, I think, that really turned the judges, three of these judges, though, sided with this school district in Maryland. And by the way, a lot of these parents that brought that case, the other case today, were Muslim parents and saying they could not opt out of the curriculum. And what they did is this. 14-year-olds, the court said, were able to opt out of sex ed if they didn't like the posture on gender and all that stuff. But 4-year-olds could not opt out because they were told it was literature. And the literature had stuff like the king marrying a knight. What they did is they were going to shove it down the throats of these kids and parents no matter what. I couldn't argue for a better case for school choice, getting out of these rotten public schools up and down the line. And I think the court saw that in addition to, wait a minute, how about your religious right to opt out? That's not frivolous, what's going on here. In other words, they saw the system is jacked up to stop the parents from doing this, and they had none of it. All right, I just wanted to ask a straight-up question, though, 855-839-1210. Do you take my point? I'm fine, I'll put it that way. If the socialist wins in New York, now I'm sure we'll get him on next week. He's a friend of the show. I'm sure he's tied up with a lot today, though. But Curtis Sliwa, they're trying to force out of the race. Curtis, of course, Guardian Angels Radio, shot by the mob. He is the Republican nominee. They want him out because they want Adams, the Democrat establishment, to be able to take out the socialists. They see how difficult this is going to be. They see what a menace he is to them. And my thought is, would he really be able to devastate New York City if he got in there? Or, more likely, as is bled into the midterms, would every one of them have to be on record saying, do they approve or not approve? Friend of the show, State Senator Holly Schapese, went after, and it's all over the country, tweeted, New Jersey, we're in a precipice. I'm calling on Mikey Sherrill to immediately retract her endorsement of Bondi for mayor of NYC. It is a slap in the face to every Jewish resident, police, our business communities, and our way of life. The choice this November is patently clear. Now, Mikey Sherrill is getting bad advice. She stepped into this. And Jack Ciattarelli will be on the show on Wednesday at 12:30. What's her rebuttal? She's saying, well, Jack Ciattarelli is frivolous. I'm concentrating on the needs of New Jerseyans, so I won't have any more to say about the mayor of New York City, the guy running for mayor. Do you see my point? That this is playing out beautifully. I'll play you Eric Swalwell taking a shot at this. He tried something a little bit different. But Mikey Sherrill said she supports the energy, young people coming alive. She supports the goals. Well, the goals are to get rid of the police, to get rid of prisons, to have government groceries. Can you imagine the chicken in a government grocery store? Can you just imagine what that would be like? Maybe Tucker Carlson will come over, like the Soviet Union, and say it's great. All right, 855-839-1210. Got a great side question I'll give you, but here is a little bit. Let's first, Henry, play Swalwell, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. Here is Eric Swalwell last night. I think it was CNN. talking about Madani. And here's what he said is the secret why this guy is working so well.
We are moving on to more serious commentary here. Something that Democrats do really need to contend with, and some say it's quite serious for the party right now, is Zoran Mamdani, the Democratic socialist who beat Andrew Cuomo for the Democratic nomination in the New York mayoral race. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says there is a bigger message in his nomination. Listen to this.
We have a choice to listen to that message that people are sending us or not. This isn't just about Mr. Mamdani as an individual. This is about the message that the people of New York City are trying to send to our party.
All right.
What do you think the message is?
People want to be able to afford to dream, and they want a government that bets on them. So if you're going to work hard and bet on yourself, your government, your country should bet on you, bet on your kids' education as AI threatens to change everything. Bet on your health care and make sure it's affordable. Bet on your career and make sure that if you work hard, you do better and dream bigger. And frankly, stylistically, and I'm not a socialist and I don't associate myself with what he has said about the Jewish people, but stylistically, he was always on and he was everywhere. And I've been encouraging my colleagues, we have to be in more spaces, more places, and always be on in the way that we communicate. And also, when you're always on, you're always honest. And that clearly came through.
Yeah.
He is honest. He's a Holocaust denier, as I read it. He's anti-Jewish. He's anti-Semitic. He's anti-Israel. He is all of that. That's even bigger of a message than just the fact that he's a socialist. All right, so he was on with Erin Burnett. Well, first of all, remember Mayor Daley? Story, Chicago, the Kennedys, always winning, the vote cheating, the whole thing. Well, Daley's son has been in several administrations. He's got a piece in the Wall Street Journal today, and he's an establishment type big time. Here's what he says about Mamdani. He says, Mr. Trump didn't take control of the GOP directly. First, the Tea Party movement emerged as an anti-tax, anti-government, and anti-truth force. Yo, buddy. The Tea Party, I was there with them, is one of the greatest movements in the history of this country. Unbelievable patriots. He goes on to say when it receded, MAGA filled the void. Mainstream Republicans who failed to articulate a robust, sensible agenda now watch from the sidelines. Rank-and-file Democrats and party members risk a similar fate if they shrug off Mr. Mamdani's victory. There was nothing secret about his platform. It was out there for everyone to see. His stunning victory in New York is a singular moment in U.S. politics. That ringing you hear is a wake-up call. Will the party answer it? He's making my point. This guy's a menace. If this guy wins, I think there'll be efforts to block a lot of this stuff in Albany, et cetera. But he will force these people to have to say something about this. They can't. They don't want to blatantly go against him. And yet, they can't ignore the stuff that he's caught up in. So, yeah, I don't want Curtis Sliwa to drop out. If we get him on Monday, Tuesday next week, I'll tell him, come on, Curtis, you got to stay into this. You can beat this guy. There's talk of give him a big job and goodies inside the Trump administration. And Eric Adams is going to beat this guy. Now, yesterday, Eric Adams did say something good, something noteworthy with this guy. This guy's going around saying he wants people to be able to live with dignity. Eric Adams didn't say it as I'm going to say it, but in my mind, getting government cheese is not dignity. I wonder if it's in the minds of the average person in New York. Getting government cheese, that's this guy's version of dignity. So he's on with Erin Burnett last night, and this is cut 13. She asked him, do you like capitalism? I wouldn't have put it that way, but here's his response.
So when people say democratic socialist, right, and I'm curious what you think this means. I mean, do you like capitalism?
No, I have many critiques of capitalism. And I think ultimately the definition for me of why I call myself a democratic socialist is the words of Dr. King decades ago. He said, Call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And that's what I'm focused on, is dignity and taking on income inequality. And for too long, politicians have pretended that we're spectators to that crisis of affordability. We're actually actors, and we have the choice to exacerbate it, like Mayor Adams has done, or to respond to it and resolve it, like I'm planning to do.
All right, no challenge there from Mayor Burnett about resolving this. Now, I made the point yesterday that Mikey Sherrill is making affordability her campaign promise. Well, this guy at least has something wild to say. Mikey Sherrill is the problem. They're both the problem. It's Democrats, it's progressives, it's overregulation, overtaxation. That's what they have created. They would have you believed that, and Dan just got Holly Shapizi, the state senator, is locked with us for 1:30. She's always a great guest, and she made news by this tweet that I think was right on the point. My point is this. Let's not be afraid of this. You know, if these New Yorkers want it, they want it. Let them get it. Let's get the major city in the world as a giant laboratory, and let's see what this clown does. Let's just see what happens there. Meantime, the midterms are coming up. Is there a better thing to run against than what will happen in New York with this guy? All right, yeah, I'm willing to roll the dice. Oh, you're afraid. You want to block and get Curtis Leeway out. No, I don't. Do you believe, as I do, this will be a living laboratory, as this guy shows how rotten this whole system is, how against it is fundamentally against human nature. How many times have we been down this path? And, you know, Bernie and AOC are going to jump right in because this place, she wants to run for president. They're going to prop it up. They're going to continue to do it. Can Adams beat him? I'm not sure. I would take the other guy in this. He hustles more. Adams has a tremendous amount of baggage. They're thinking people will come to their senses. They have no senses, these people. And they keep on making the point, well, look how unaffordable it is to live in New York. Well, who's responsible? What's responsible for that? They would have you believe it's capitalism. Dr. King would say it. Dignity. Decency. This guy wants decency restored. All right, side question today. We've been saving this up for Friday. It kind of bubbled up in our minds last week as we headed to the shore. Hit us with that all-time resort, a beach, summer smell. Think of the smells of summer. Each season has different smells. I'm going to take off the board that I say is the most pleasant thing that change over from spring to summer. Somewhere outside Wildwood, outside your beach point. I don't know if it's the marshes, the oceans. That salt in the air is one of the most pleasant smells imaginable. Yeah, the Beach Boys would be the sound. I dare, well, maybe hot damn summer in the city, back of my neck getting whatever and gritty. All right, Henry, what's yours?
How about the smell of fresh cut French fries on the boardwalk?
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, nothing like walking the Ocean City boardwalk and some Jilly's fries wafting through your nose. Yeah.
I wonder what the Maha people would say about that. See, I think the Maha people want to eat those French fries. They just like the lecturing.
Oh, absolutely. They see the big, fry sign up there. They can't help but lick their lips a little.
Maha, yes. All right, Dan, do you have one?
Yes, I have a couple. Well, I'll take first off. How about that smell when you're crossing over into Ocean City and you cross over the Egg Harbor Bay, named for the smell of
sulfur.
Yeah, the sulfur that smells like hard-boiled eggs.
Eggs, yes. Yeah, that's one of the big. I haven't smelled it this time down. I don't know about you. I didn't smell it.
Apparently, though, the Egg Harbor's name originates from Cornelius Jacobson May, who initially named it Erin Haven in 1614 because the meadows were covered in shorebird and waterfowl eggs. It doesn't have anything to do with the smell. So,
okay.
Yeah. And then also, how about the smell of a crappy cigar wafting your way from a shirtless Italian with chest hair covering the chest?
Yes, get that chest hair going.
The gold chain.
The gold chain.
Yeah, the Cohiba, maybe cigar.
Okay.
I don't know, yeah. The bad cigar.
The bad cigar on the beach. All right. I have, by the way, the Mulligan's new shirt on. You can see it, youtube.com/1210WPHT. It is the tropical design. They have it in black, too. They're in supply. I think they're really a supply, because last year we ran out. You can get them at Johnny Z. You can get them at Mulligan's. We'll be returning to Mulligan's 2 more times this summer. We're working out the dates. It's like all these balls in the air with it that go into it to coordinate things. But do get the shirt. Summer White House, Johnny and family, just unbelievable. I was chatting with him on Twitter today a little bit. Just unbelievable. How I look forward to that. And the last one we did, I think, was the best.
Moment of levity from the press conference, Dom?
Yes.
Reporter,
ahead.
Can you pop me up, Henry, there? Reporter screamed something after a question on the border. Take a listen.
Thank you so much, President Trump. Illegal crossings in the border are 0 now.
0. Does everyone hear that? 0. Trump 2028.
It's a cameraman, Dom.
What's he screaming?
I like him.
What did he scream, Dan?
Trump 2028.
Oh,
a
okay.
cameraman in the press briefing. Yes.
It sounded Latino too, sort of. So I'm not sure.
0. Does everyone hear that? 0. Trump 2028.
President Trump.
Josh Barton says the odds, he's closing on Vance to be the nominee. Now, we know constitutionally, so what's going to happen?
I was going to say, wait, what?
Yeah, Josh Barton, you go to his odds thing now. He's got who will be the nominee and who will win, and he's got Trump with a rocket in second place and very close to surpassing Vance. Oh, man, can you just see this? All right. Well, as everybody knows, I'm against that. I think a president, a guy should be able to, or a woman, should run as many times as the humanly possible, as many as they want. Yeah, but then Obama would have done it. Yeah, well, if people want Obama or people want Trump, I think they ought to be able to be president. I'm completely against this. It takes away a lot of stuff. It often makes the second term not as good, lame duck and all that. Well, you'll get a dictator. Really? Come on. How many people would have been elected to the third term? Obama would have been running against Trump. Might have beaten him. How many others? I mean, well, FDR is the only one. He would have won a fifth term, but even though he was dead in the fourth term. I get it. That's about the only except. Most times, you're not going to see anybody going and winning a third term. All right, 855-839-1210. Loaded up here. We'll talk with Moms for Liberty, Holly Shapizi. I want this guy to win. Curtis, stay in the race, because if he's in the race, he's going to pull votes, not this guy's votes, from Adams, and I think he'll win. Are they going to give him a big job and do all that? No. Can Curtis Sliwa beat this guy? No, not in New York. If New York wants it, let's have it on. Think about it every day, this laboratory of seeing this menace at work. And are people going to say, wow, is socialism wonderful? They tell you all the time. Mike Opelka put up a great meme on his feed that he sends to Talk Radio today. I put it up on my Twitter at DomShow1210. How to do communism. First, establish a new communist utopia. 2, rob or kill the successful. 3, force the rest to work for 3. 4, you run out of food. 5, starve to death. 6, those that are left say it wasn't real communism. We really haven't given communism a chance. 855-839-1210. Get in right now.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
It took a Philadelphia jury 18 minutes to find the Bucks County young man guilty in the death of Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald.
It was just a matter of whether the death penalty was going to be on the table.
If this doesn't deserve the death penalty, I don't know what does.
When you think about the guy that's running the operation here, Larry Krasner, you had a police officer, a Temple University cop, killed by this punk, and the guy is standing over him. Execute, assassination, whatever term you want to use. Just once, can you get the cops back?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hi, I'm Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. And did you know we're locally owned, fully licensed and insured, and trusted by thousands of homeowners per year? We treat your home like it's our home.
Emmons is who I use. They install top quality roofing, siding, windows, doors, and even decks. For a free estimate, call Emmons today at 856-556-3229.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
That's callemmons.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now, there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. You know, mentioning Mulligan's wearing the shirt today, we had such fun with the gravy sauce. I don't know of anything I've thought since. The next time we're there, probably in August, if we had some contentious thing like that, that's fun. The Inquirer tries to provide one today, even though I think, now I could be wrong again because I lost on gravy. I think Dan is going to say the first that I give you. Henry, I think, is going to say, I can't tell. They have the great debate of Sprinkles versus Jimmy's. Well, of course it's Jimmy's. That's it. You know, if you're in the Philadelphia area, it's always been Jimmy's. They seem to lean, some of these people in here that they interview, toward Sprinkles, which just sounds too dainty to be on your ice cream. So, Henry, which one do you say?
Sprinkles. I don't know. I don't even think I know anybody that calls it Jimmy's.
All right.
What is this, a 50s diner?
The Jimmy's people out there are heavily in here. Dan, Indiana, I'm not sure, they're probably a sprinkle country.
Yeah, it's 100% Sprinkles.
100% Sprinkles.
That's weird. I feel like people from Indiana would say Jimmy's.
No, Jimmy's is a weird thing. I don't know if I've, even in Indiana, there was all Sprinkles.
Jimmy's sounds Midwestern to me.
Well, it's very Philadelphia now. It may have faded.
Yeah.
I'm not sure who is it that made the change, but good for the Inquirer giving us,
It
some.
says a New England and Pennsylvania specific is Jimmy's.
Yes. Yeah. So we're in this area. In this area, I still think Jimmy's has a lot of play, but nationwide, it would be Sprinkles or something else. They run it down and they don't come to a conclusion today. Sometimes the question sows chaos or moments before there was bliss, and people don't know what to do if they interview people in ice cream stores. So I don't know that that one has enough pull, but if you have one, hit me on Twitter. Tell us about it. I'd like to raise, and I was thinking, and this one would get nuts, though. Came to my mind, who was the greater president, Reagan or Trump? Recency bias, I think Trump would win overwhelmingly, but I'm not sure. Have we lost all touch with the greatness of Reagan? I still think he did the greatest thing a president had done. Now, Trump still has time on some things, and that is to have the Soviet Union collapse. He's the one that did it. He drove the Soviet Union to collapse. Reagan, he saw it and he did it. I don't see how you can beat that. I never thought that would happen. So it might come up with that one. If you have one, we're open to it. Hit us on the side question today, too, which is simply that smell of the summer shore resort. There are tons of them. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. All right. Here is MSNBC host. I've been on her show, but I forget her name. Blonde-haired woman who's on the weekends. Listen to her panic about why she doesn't want illegal immigration to be curtailed. MSNBC host. Talk about the elite. What's she afraid of? Cut 19.
Paul, you first. I mean, because Molly mentions those people that are the farm workers, certainly of the ag industry that's being affected. You've got hospitality industry, going to a restaurant even. I mean, you may not have people being able to clear your place, move so quickly, the food being served. Yeah. The people aren't going to like that.
All right. Oh, man, in New York, I'm at the 21 Club from MSNBC. Where are those illegal immigrants to get my food? Get it out of here quickly. All right. Meanwhile, Trump, rather than just the typical Republican response, is a populist. Here is Trump. Well, here is a DoorDash driver, which was a stroke of genius. I mean, I couldn't have somebody drive food to my house and there's something about it I don't like, because I see these guys flying around out here on Chestnut Street with it. But a DoorDash driver talks about the honor of being there with President Trump yesterday. As he said, no tax. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll play that coming up. My fault. We have Moms for Liberty coming up. Tiffany Justice with us. What was it that turned the Supreme Court 6-3 in this big case coming out of Montgomery County in Maryland, where Muslim parents were told you can't opt out your kid no matter how obnoxious these books are? Tiffany Justice, who founded it, she's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Rob Ellis. Excited to be hosting Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra on Ocean City's Boardwalk. It's music, it's comedy, it's all the ups and downs of the Philadelphia sports fans. We've all lived it, and Joe and the City Rhythm Orchestra takes you through it like nobody else.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra in Wildwood, July 11th, and with Rob Ellis at the Ocean City Music Fair, Saturday, July 12th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, big day, Supreme Court, and someone who certainly can handle that and has been one of the greatest organizers, greatest groups around moms, liberty, parents. Tiffany Justice, co-founder of the Moms for Liberty, here on the Dom Giordano program. Tiffany, welcome back. Thanks so much for joining us on a day where the sun is shining here in Philadelphia.
Amen. Absolutely. It is wonderful to see the Supreme Court come out with a ruling today that says that public schools must respect the religious rights of parents to raise their children.
What's your sense? My sense is even this crazed school district had to know the scam they put in here, calling it literature versus sexual education or anything, wasn't going to work. But maybe they forgot that parents have groups like yours and these other groups with a lot of lawyers who can get something effectively and swiftly all the way to the Supreme Court.
What really became clear during oral arguments was that the school district had intentionally done this because they thought it was in the best interest of the community, in the best interest of these children to learn about gender identity, to learn about LGBTQ topics, and they didn't care that parents were going to be concerned that it violated their religious rights. They didn't care about the fact that parents wanted to make sure their children knew that there are only 2 biological sexes, man and woman, and that you can't change your biological sex. And so, you know, it's very concerning that, you know, listen, I'm thrilled about the ruling today, but on the other side of it, it was an expected ruling. The bigger issue now is to really fight at the local level and to continue to affirm our parental rights. It's crazy that the district thought that they could get away with it in the first place.
Well, that brings us back to, and I wanted to get kind of a status report to trigger in listeners what you did that really can short-circuit this. Explain, if you have a member of your group in a district, what they can do.
Yeah, so the Supreme Court, the Biden administration had decided they were going to rewrite Title IX. And so we brought a case that was an Administrative Procedures Act case that said that it was unconstitutional, violated the First Amendment rights of our parents, of the children, to have to go along with the new Biden Title IX regulations that redefine sex to include gender identity and sexual orientation, right? So this judge gave us a preliminary injunction. It said any member of Moms for Liberty that has a child in public school, that school did not have to enact the Biden Title IX regulations. Well, that rule was vacated. There was a Kentucky court that came forward and said this rule is unconstitutional. And then, of course, now we have the wonderful Linda McMahon and the new team at the Department of Ed, and they've pulled back the rule. And now we have the Trump-era Title IX rules that respects biological sex. But, you know, moms fought back. Parents said, we're not going to let you do this to our children. We're not going to let you use schools to indoctrinate our kids.
Yeah, exactly. And this whole thing, particularly, I don't know the number, Tiffany, that were Muslim parents, religiously faithful, devout. That adds another flavor to it in this coalition. And I'm on the cusp, if the Senate ever moves, waiting for the big, beautiful bill and the school choice part that's in there. As I understand it, Dave McCormick told us he wishes it were $10 billion. It's $5 billion. I wish it were $100 billion. but it's going to free up a lot of kids when that passes.
Absolutely. The Educational Choice for Children Act will allow parents to be able to, will expand the role of school choice in our children's lives, allow parents to be able to choose a school that reflects their values. Ultimately, that's what was at stake here with this Mahmoud case, right? You have public schools that are telling parents to go scratch when they're saying that their religious rights are being violated. So that's concerning. One of the things we just learned about the big, beautiful bill, which people need to know and understand, is there's something called the Byrd Rule that the Democrats have brought forward in the parliamentarian, and there's a chance that somehow up to $500 billion in spending cuts will not be allowed to go through. And this would mean that we would have to continue paying for transgender procedures, these sex-rejecting procedures and care, supposed care, through Medicaid. And so everyone just needs to pay a lot of attention right now. The Byrd Rule is in place to make sure that the reconciliation changes are made around money, not, social issues, I guess. But the bottom line is $500 billion in spending cuts are at risk right now. So we all need to make sure that we let our senators know that we want this bill to pass.
Without a doubt. And we wanted to get them moving on it by July 4th. And Tiffany, while you're here, because you are sharply, I'm glad you mentioned Medicaid. What's your theory? Several congressmen that I like that I have on, and somewhat the president is dancing around. With Trump, I think it's a populist move. In that, Wall Street Journal has a great piece today, and they break down the number of young men. They actually have the number of hours they're watching TV, playing video games a day. And that's the group that will not be getting Medicaid. Yet I contend, hearing these congressmen, they are scared to death of, quote, cutting this. It's almost like the third rail of Social Security, which I get how ticklish that is. Why are they so afraid politically of the Medicaid stuff?
Well, I'm not really sure, honestly, and I think we have an opportunity to have $2 trillion in spending cuts over the next decade if this bill passes. The bottom line is that parents are not fearful of making these cuts. We're very concerned about the future of this country, and we understand that we're going to have to really work hard to get our country back on track, right? I mean, we're the stakeholders of the future. So I think the senators need to understand that the American people want this. We want to get our country realigned to the principles of foundation and of freedom, and liberty in America. And they need to pass this bill so that President Trump can continue to work to secure the border and to make our streets safer. So, midterms are coming up. I think that a lot of senators should be aware of the fact that American people are paying attention to whether or not they're supporting the president, because the president has a mandate from the American people.
Yes, without a doubt. Parting area, too. And I don't want you to put your legal hat on with the other Supreme Court decision over saying you're a district judge. You're not the third branch of government, essentially. But what impact will that have now with the Trump orders, particularly around transgender issues in schools, things like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think Americans overall, what I've learned over the past few years is that we thought, there's right and there's wrong. And once it gets to a court, that of course the judge is going to make a decision that's going to be on the side of right? But our judiciary is captured, much like our education system. And I think Americans have really had to wake up to that point. And so the bottom line is it's important to pay attention to who is serving as judges. It's important, judges are not immune to public opinion. That is just the truth of the matter. And so it's important to have our voices heard at every level of government to ensure that we're speaking out and to make sure, again, that, that everyone in America, all elected officials know and understand that overwhelmingly President Trump was elected by the American public. And he does have a mandate from us to get the country back on track.
Exactly. Where do we find Moms for Liberty, Tiffany? Where do we go?
Yeah, go to momsforliberty.org. Great organization. I'm leading a parental rights initiative at the Heritage Foundation now. You can go to heritage.org, type in Parental Rights Initiative to join that movement. And just know we are working together in collaboration to take our country back.
Absolutely. Tiffany, wearing two hats today, as always. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom. Have a great day.
You too. Tiffany Justice, Moms for Liberty, and also at the Heritage Foundation. Okay. Your reaction to this. So these were Muslim parents. A lot of stuff here religiously, and they essentially said, no, we think it's better if these kids be mandated in class. Now, how long, have we had this opt-out rule, which is kind of, all right, this is a sensitive issue, parental rights. You have the right. You're not going to do it excessively. We realize it's only a small amount of time. Your kid can do an alternative. That was the compromise. They said, no, we're going to shove it down your throat. The king is going to marry a knight. That's what's going to happen. Well, can't the knight be a woman? I have to ask Pete Hegseth, his children's book, when that comes out. By the way, Hegseth, and we didn't play it yesterday. I wanted to make sure I played it. Was asked again yesterday. This is cut 4, Henry, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. In the middle of all this about how badly did we damage the Iranian nuclear materials, here's Hegseth asked, why don't you mention the women that were involved in bombing it?
Acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission. The early messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that, whether they're men or women. Very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very proud of those male pilots. And I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit, and the American people don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed priorities. We don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes, right there.
All right, so there you go. Again, continuing to beat this issue, continuing to beat it into the ground. And there was a female pilot. Yeah, we shouldn't put her identity out there, I guess, but if we could, we would. Absolutely. Is the media giving enough coverage, though, to the men and women, or woman, who did this, the 37 hours, et cetera? No, they're not. We're still fighting the battle over the issue of how bad was the destruction. It seems to me all the evidence reasonably points to they have been significantly set back. And that's what we were after. We know they're going to try to do it again. They're not going to give up on this. This is just a continuous, annoying battle. That's the way it's going to go. All right, phone lines to get in. We haven't gotten anybody yet. Hit us with that all-time summer, resort, shore, smell is what we're looking for. Get your name into the hat. Today at the very end of the show, we pull out a winner, $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood in Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. And again, Rose says, get the seafood salad there. Jim Harvey is a great guy. Love that spot. You will too. And you got a chance at it. 855-839-1210.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry!
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, you can get great financing options on a new 2024 Tacoma, like 1.99% for 48 months, or 2.99% for 72 months. Or check out a new 2025 Camry and get 4.99% financing for 60 months, or 5.99% for 72 months, or lease for $299 a month. And you get Tri-County for life with the purchase of every new or used vehicle. Visit us online at tricountytoyota.com to see more.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time, 855-839-1210. Jump on board. Hit us with that all-time shore smell, summer smell, etc. Hit us with that. 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. Just push pound 1210. We'll get you on board. Let's go to Bo in Levittown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bo, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Here's a couple of things. Those three lefty Supreme Court judges, how they especially can rule against parents in that one court case, it just blows my mind away. I don't understand their rationale, their thought process.
Yeah, it's just playing to their base or their mindset. And the three of them coming together because on the injunction thing, all right, that's ideology. This with them, with these parents and saying, particularly Ketanji Brown, I've never seen this, Bo, where the other judge, Coney Barrett, goes after her in this. I gave you examples. That usually doesn't happen. So, yeah, you're right.
It's just very sad how just, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but Ketanji Brown is she was a DEI pick, totally unqualified in my opinion.
She's the other side said that about Clarence Thomas, and I think a lot of people would take Clarence Thomas over Ketanji Brown when you look at the body of work.
I think Clarence Thomas is probably a step or two below maybe Alito in the respect that I have for him. I hear you.
Okay, well, thank you, Bo. I wouldn't say that. about no slight to Justice Thomas, but Sammy Alito. You're dealing with the all-star of all-stars here, in my view. Look at the Dobbs decision. Okay, yes, but this justice below par on this, to put it mildly. Okay, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us with that all-time Sure resort memory. All right, here is a little bit more of the, nobody's chastised me. I don't see it on Twitter or not, saying, yeah, I hope this guy runs and wins in New York. Henry, this is cut 14. This is from CNN again last night. And he's continuing. Maybe we played that one already. Enough money for a life of dignity. Yeah. He's breaking down other people's money. And rather than the CNN person interjecting him, these airy concepts, there's more than enough money out there so that people can, quote, live a life of dignity. All right, well, what is it you're allowed to make? And how many Democrats, ABC 7 in New York, how many Democrats would be over this? Is Nancy Pelosi going to give up all that money? Are the Clintons, the Kennedys for years? Why are they allowed to have all that? What's the limit that this guy would place on it? How much is it for them to talk about income inequality? Here's a little bit more.
You call yourself a democratic socialist. The word socialist, of course, has been vilified and used to attack you specifically. How do you define being a democratic socialist?
I think of the words of Dr. King, who decades ago said, call it democracy or call it democratic socialism. There must be a better distribution of wealth for all of God's children in this country. And it gets to the heart of the matter, which is inequality. And my belief that every New Yorker should have what they need to live a dignified life. It shouldn't be something that they can be priced out of. And that's why at the heart of our campaign is this focus on freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants, making the slowest buses in the country fast and free.
There are in the country about 1,200 people who are just wealthy beyond anything, right? Mm-hmm. And in 25 years ago, there were only about 40 of them. Now there are 1,200 people who are worth more than $1 billion and much more than that. That has to be addressed at some point because they're not paying the taxes that the rest of us are paying.
Absolutely, and I think it gets to the heart of the matter, which is that there is enough money for a life of dignity for all people. It's just a question of whether we have the political will to ensure that that money is being spent on delivering that dignity.
Yes, let's talk specifics. One of you people sitting in the chair where I am, you jump out of your chair if you're listening to this. Let's go to this. What is it you're allowed to make? What are the percentages? What is it you're taking away? Let's talk specifics. But again, I'm in the camp saying, I hope this guy wins. Curtis, stay in the race. Stay in the race. I hope this guy wins because if he does, this is going to bleed big time into the midterms. Big time. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is push pound 1210. I'll produce Exhibit A at 1:30. Holly Shapizi, in that this state senator who's been with us many times, brilliant woman before, makes a case that Mikey Sherrill has already stepped into it big time by saying she shares this guy's goals, the energy, young people and all. Again, this is a layup. Let's go through the goals. Get rid of the police, defund the police, get rid of the police, get rid of prisons. Get rid of landlords, he seems to be saying. Just talk specifics. These guys never are forced to do that. When you do that, it's a loser. It's a big loser. It's tarring the entire party, and they know it. 855, he's saying if he wins, he'll just freeze rent. Okay, let's see what happens then in New York. Will Democrats take this guy out? I think they're plotting to take him out. They don't want him either. No. Let's have him win. All right, President Trump commented on Madani, and here's a little bit of Trump talking about him.
They're worried that somebody like this communist from New York someday gets elected. I can't believe that's happening. That's a terrible thing for our country, by the way. He's a communist. We're going to go to a communistic state. That's so bad for New York, but the rest of the country is revolting.
All right, so there you go. 855-839-1210. You grab a line, you jump on board.
Hey,
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab 4x4 just $43,999. Other summer savings include a 2025 Chevy Equinox LT leased for $289 a month for 36 months, or finance an EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philly's trusted Chevy dealer. Visit HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Rain's here. Is your yard ready? If water pools near your home, ruins your lawn, or leaks into your basement every time it storms, it's time to call Garden State Earthworks. Their expert drainage solutions stop the damage before it starts. No more standing water, flooded basements, or mosquito swamps. Call 856-848-4444 or visit GardenStateEarthworks.com. Don't wait for the next storm to do more damage. Get it fixed for good with Garden State Earthworks. Family & Company Jewelers offers the best of the best when it comes to engagement rings, customer service, quality, and price. And now it's official. Family & Company has been named South Jersey Magazine's 2025 Best of the Best Jewelry Store. Looking to get engaged? You want to get her the best ring, the best diamond. Why go anywhere else? Go to the best of the best, Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination. Visit FamilyJewelers.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Great day. 2 big Supreme Court decisions. We have the parliamentarian. Now, yesterday, both Scott Perry and Jeff Andrew both said, hey, you can't put up with this woman. I went back and did some research on this parliamentarian who's been there since Harry Reid, an appointee of Harry Reid. And she's just saying no, no, no to any of these Medicaid cuts, any of these cuts around illegals. You can't do it under some bird rule. Bird droppings. Do you remember Bird? He surfaces from the dead. Remember Robert KKKKKKK Bird? What did he serve to about the age of 96? He was not just KKK, he was a commander of the KKK, a bigwig in the KKK. And this is his legacy. Between that and Harry Reid, Searchlight. I remember Dingy Harry. Remember that? Rush Limbaugh, Dingy Harry, Harry Reid, not Dirty Harry, Searchlight, Nevada. Yeah. All that going on. Are we going to let this parliamentarian? Well, this John Thune guy doesn't seem to get it. He's giving ground. The parliamentarian says it. Well, the people in the House taking their pulse yesterday. We'll have them on again this week. Prairie and Van Drew. They are not going to go back and redo this in the manner of where the Senate is at this point. They're just not going to do that. So if that's the case, then what's going to happen here? If this gets done, they were supposed to vote today, and I don't see any vote on the docket. We're going to come July 4th, and I don't think we're going to have any kind of an agreement. And you know my feeling, if we don't have the agreement, and these guys start to dither, they got to do this. This is a gotta. This isn't anything we can fool around with. This bill has to get over the line, essentially, like it is in the House. You know how much I object to this strong-arming around the SALT tax, $40,000 deduction. Now, I think you can negotiate the House down to 30. I hate it. I'm against it. But if I were sitting there in the shoes of these guys, would I sign off on it to get the big, beautiful bill? Yes, in the end. You got to do it. This is the gotta. There's no way around this. Now, can Trump strong-arm these representatives? He's already got people that are running ads against Massey. Can he bring them in line to say, no, you're not going to get $30,000 in this SALT deduction? It's ridiculous, this whole thing. Look at New York. Let's say New York puts this socialist in, which is a real possibility. We're going to allow New York a $40,000 deduction with this maniac there that they elected? No, we're tired of this. And I told you about the Medicaid thing, that the Senate, the House really, when Jeff Van Drew's been on, they're very reluctant. They're very afraid of this. The Wall Street Journal has this report of the 7.8 million that would be in trouble with Medicaid if these reforms are passed. Some 4.8 million are uninsured. They don't comply with the bill's part-time work requirement. This is a torpedo in the hull for the Democratic talking point that everyone on Medicaid already works. The bill asks able-bodied, prime-age adults without children to work or volunteer 20 hours a week. A recent report by the American Enterprise Institute says, for Medicaid recipients who do not report working, the most common activity after sleeping is watching TV and playing video games. They spend 4.2 hours per day watching TV and playing video games, or 125 hours during a 30-day month. In a healthier political culture, even Democrats would agree that men who decline to work shouldn't get free health insurance to check out of life. The real call of duty is getting a job. Another 1.4 million of the uninsured would be people who do not meet citizenship in immigration, here illegally. So that brings us to about 7.2 to 7.3 or 4 million people that shouldn't be getting Medicaid here. That's what it comes down to. That's where we are. All right, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. Why are they so afraid of it, though? Well, even President Trump sends signals saying, well, we're not going to do anything with Medicaid here. I get the populism, but is this populism here with Medicaid? Or is this the reality? These people got to be off Medicaid, both those here illegally and those that will refuse to work a part-time job or volunteer, as I said. But they're treating this like the third rail. They're scared to death of what the media will do. Social Security, I get it. That's a really tough thing, as you know. You get killed with it. It's unrelenting. Is this the same thing, though, with Medicaid? How does this get worked out? I think they're going to have to go right through that parliamentarian. I think the Senate's going to have to do that. If they don't do it, she's going to throw her body in front of it and hold this up. They'll dither and dither and dither. And the House is not in sync with them based upon hearing Perry and Jeff Van Drew yesterday. The House is definitely not in sync with them. All right, I'd like to get you on board, 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210 and we'll get you on board. Today is also the 1-year anniversary of the moments. Do you remember where you were in the great debate, particularly when Biden stumbled unbelievably and President Trump jumped in to say, I don't think he knows what he's talking about. I don't know what he's talking about. I watched it again last night. It wasn't shocking to me then, but I knew there's a real good chance they're going to have to tag Biden out. And did they set him up? Did they put him in there intentionally to get him out of there? I'm still not on board with that theory because these people in the White House, we now know, they were running big time. They had power that they would never have. And I think they wanted to continue it. Here is, and just listen to the lowbrow way this woman talks. The wife, Dr. Jill Biden. This is May 20th, 2024, cut 10, youtube.com/1210WPHT, where Dr. Jill Biden says that the debate will demonstrate how smart Joe Biden is.
But I think the American people deserve a debate because you need to see your choices. You need to see Trump and you need to see the president and you need to see the differences. And my husband's, and you're going to see how smart he is and the experience he has. And then you'll see somebody who, like you're saying, I'm going to use Joy's words, can't put a sentence together. Right.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine the View and this woman who's also a dope, Dr. Jill Biden? Look, everybody would take up for your wife. We get that. But this was to the extreme. This was abusive. This was something out there that is just ridiculous. So 855-839-1210, you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, you just push pound 1210. You can get in. And this guy in New York, obviously to me, is somebody who is a menace, more to Democrats. Now, over a 4-year period of time, I guess he could do a lot of havoc in New York. But isn't it deserved? This is the stuff they want. This guy is the ultimate part of a progressive who succeeded, who potentially has captured real power. It will be a laboratory to show what they're all about, how destructive they are, how incrementally. I mean, this guy is not much further along. Well, certainly he's not any further along than Bernie or AOC or members of the squad or these progressives think that he's way out there. Yeah, he's beyond, let's say, Matt Dean, but not that much. Not as much as you think. He's just willing to say it. He just put it down on paper. He's a bit flashier with it. It's not really. Mikey Sherrill got it. We're going to talk with State Senator Holly Schapese at 1:30 about this. She said, I share his goals. I love the energy. I love how he's reaching young people. That's what our party has to do. Now, who's advising Mikey Sherrill to say, I share his goals? His goals are the destruction of America. And you're not allowed to bring up. Now, if he were just Muslim, okay, bringing up his faith here, you'd have to answer the question, why are you doing that? But he's a Holocaust denier in several instances. He denies, he will not say Israel has a right to exist. After October 7th, he chastised Israel and talked about how this was a reaction to what they've done, what Hamas did. So, yeah, we're going to bring that up. And I wonder how many people that are Jewish in New York are crazed, and progressivism took over, and they voted for this guy. So he was asked that question, sort of, youtube.com/1210WPHT. He was asked that question, and he was asked, yes, this is cut 16. Listen to the response that he knows that Jewish Americans are afraid because of him.
All right, I'll be honest. I don't know what happened right there. That's
Okay.
a completely
All right.
wrong video. I'll go find that.
All right, so he said that Jewish Americans are afraid, but I would increase funding for hate crime prevention. Wait a minute, buddy. You're the hate crime. You're a walking hate crime. What are you talking about that you're going to increase funding for hate crime prevention? You're the one that's doing it. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. Dom Giordano with you. Your call's coming up at 1:30. Holly Shapizi. We have Dom's Money Melody a little bit later on. And we have the winner of the week for a $50 gift card to Gallows. All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day?
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
I know, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you depend on Social Security, your retirement lifestyle may be at risk.
Jim O'Neill, I'm from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. I have my doubts about where we're going as a country. Much of our Social Security funding may dry up, which is not good for the citizens who paid into that system. Take your money and put it into a crash-proof retirement system. With the crash-proof retirement system, I can supplement or even replace Social Security and not deplete my nest egg. It's guaranteed. This year, I have earned over 14%. We do not have to pay any fees, and you cannot lose it. I have absolute peace of mind because I am protected by crash-proof retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event happening at Springfield Country Club in Delaware County, Tuesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
From Broomall Parental to Blackwood. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, it is Dom time. Howie Shapizi in the On Deck Circle. Get in. We'd love to hear from you. Hit us with that resort summer shore smell. That's what we're looking for today. These are not that hard. You got a 1 out of 5 chance to win. All right, we've been talking, though, the breaking news, both the Supreme Court decisions and the impact, particularly of the one with the injunction, but the impact of the other, is to throw down the gauntlet and to make the case these rotten public schools. Imagine this premise. In Maryland, they were going to stick it to these parents. They were going to force their little children, pre-K, K, and the like, under the guise that this was literature. You couldn't get out of this. You couldn't opt out. They argued that allowing the parents to opt their kids out of these materials would take away too much from the community. They want to be part of the community. They have to hear this. Muslim parents, they did it. Let's make the point. Let's be clear. I don't have to worry about politically correct stuff. If these were Christian parents, they would have gone downtown even more. But even they, think, well, this might be nope. They were boldly going to tell, essentially, a lot of these Muslim parents, no, you have no religious rights here. We don't care what you say. Your kid is going to learn our perverted version of the world. The king marrying the knight. They got to be there for that lesson. It's literature. It's not something you can opt out. In other words, they made more of it into the curriculum in order to try to prevent them from opting out. All right? And the Supreme Court, 6-3. What's wrong with the other 3 judges? They're locked into their ideology. Said no. The bigger one, essentially, the Supreme Court did not rule on birthright citizenship, but that case is going forward. And think of how many presidents would decry birthright citizenship and how bad it is. And yet, nothing was done about it. Trump is. And with that executive order now, there's going to be quite a battle over this. And this is pretty clear to me when I look at the case that the founding fathers really mean 32 people are going to come here because of the nexus, these dominoes around birthright citizenship. You get in, you get over the finish line, the kid's born here, and then for the rest of perpetuity, we add to this mess. Is it conceivable the founding fathers thought that? Of course they didn't think that. But that's what the argument is of the other side. So now that battle will go forward. But these are big, big wins. By the way, Gavin Newsom is suing Fox News, particularly Jesse Waters, around did the president call him, or it seems to be what time did the president call him, around the L.A. stuff. And he's demanding Dominion, remember that, the voting machines, money from this. He's trying to get his name out there. I don't think this stands a reasonable chance at anything. It's a good play on his part politically, though. And watch the media. How often do they demean? And Trump has won any number of these. I mean, based upon the time I spent in law school, I don't know how Trump has gotten these judgments. It's very hard when you have someone as prominent, as public of a figure as President Trump to sue them around character assassination, defamation. Very difficult what you have to prove. But Trump has been steadfast. He got the Stephanopoulos money. He looks like they're looking for a settlement with the CBS money. And when is the last time you saw someone with universal name recognition, celebrity, President Trump, win on something like this? It just doesn't happen. They give up even trying it. It's impossible, seemingly, to do it. So we got that going on, and he is, Newsom is doing the same thing, and yet we hear complaints all the time that Trump is trying to shut down the First Amendment. They're claiming that Waters lied about this when he said that Newsom was lying. I don't think it stands much of a chance because there wasn't malice. It wasn't something wild that was said. It was something that was in contention on the Jesse Waters show. All right. By the way, several of you hit me. I get it. The Jimmies are chocolate and the sprinkles are multicolored. Well, that's okay enough. But, I mean, it seems to me to go beyond that. You have people that call everything Jimmy's. The multicolored, the sprinkles seems to be the bigger thing now. All right? Inquire, following my lead now, opening up that battlefield. So if you have another one, next time we're at Mulligan's, it's a lot of fun to get it going on. You know, we don't want to get crazy. We lost on the gravy sauce. We'll see if there's another one out there. You can hit me on Twitter at DomShow1210 if you have one, or just send an email, and we'll consider it. All right, Joe's in Columbus. Joe's next here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, welcome in.
Hey, Dom. Good afternoon. And not to put the final nail in this sauce gravy debate, I would like to refer you to one of my favorite Italian restaurants. It's in a place called Groveville, New Jersey, owned and operated by a real authentic Italian immigrant by the name of Luana. And as I was paying my bill last night, I had to ask her. I said, Luana, you call this stuff on top of what do you call this stuff on top of the pasta? What do you mean, Joseph? I said, the stuff, the orange stuff. And she couldn't get it for a while. I said, what do you put on pasta? She finally said, sauce. I said, was it ever gravy? She goes, no, Joe, that came over as a result of the Italians being persecuted, living in slums. She said they lived in sewers, and they had to adapt to the word gravy just to look like they assimilated, because gravy was on everything. And she told me, she goes, gravy is brown, but we ended up calling our sauce gravy just so we could look like we were part of the American lifestyle.
All right, I'm going to bring that woman to a jury in South Philly. She's not getting out alive, Joe.
Dom,
Good try.
I'll tell you, she's a tough bird, but when she's right, she's right.
Well, Joe, I put you in charge of the commission. This was such fun. We need another one of these where there's a little vote. The next one will be in August at Mulligan's, I believe. And I need one that will be, I like it 49-51, something like that. I'm looking for one. This is still an all-timer. It will never go away.
Yeah, we need the controversy. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, who would you say, Joe? I'll put you on the spot. Who, body of work up until now, he's not done yet, Reagan or Trump?
Reagan, without a doubt.
Oh, wow, Joe. They're going to come after you. I'm in agreement. Well, that's pretty bold.
Dom, in 4 years, 10 years, 20 years, I'm ready. I will more than be happy to change that to Trump.
Right.
But right now, it's Reagan. You know?
I would lead with the greatest accomplishment of a president, as I see it in my lifetime, or even anything I know of, Joe, bringing down the Soviet Union. He did it.
Absolutely.
He brought them down. And it seemed to be, come on, beyond belief if you lived during that period of the Soviet Union. You're just going to have to Cold War with them. It's never going to be brought down. Trump's biggest achievement, and it's more subtle, is we are not going to get in unending wars, particularly the Republican Party. And it's subtle as that it's not as massive as the Soviet Union. But you know what? In some ways, it's every bit as difficult to move away from getting involved in wars.
Right. And Dom, Trump's going to have to prove that by ongoing maintenance, because that's going to keep coming at him from various nations.
Yeah.
But we can't overlook Reagan with the Contra affair and admitting his mistake, like a true adult gentleman. He just said, "I made a mistake. We're not gonna push this under the rug. We're not gonna spin it. I was wrong." You don't get many leaders who do that.
Yeah, I might do that one, Joe, but I'm predicting they're going to go with Trump. It's hard.
Well, I'd be more than happy to change my vote to Trump. Yeah. I really would. But right now it's Reagan.
All right, what's your side, Joe?
Dom, mine was, and it goes back in time, where every beach town you ever pulled into had those big billboards. You can see it. You close your eyes, you can see it, with the dog tugging on the little girl's bikini bottom. And then when you got to the beach, you smelled that overall smell, the universal smell of every pretty girl on the beach wore copper tone.
Copper tone's a great one. Yes. That is
it wafted all over the beach.
I love that smell. Right, it's right up there with big hair. You got both.
And lacquer.
Yeah. Thank you, Joe. Great call. Robert of Ben Salem, you've been AWOL. I was just telling somebody, where is Robert?
I'm never AWOL, Dom. I was
Okay.
just kidnapped for a couple days.
Oh, okay.
But I was still listening.
Okay, yeah, but the call is it.
Well, I'm glad to be back. And like I said, I didn't miss anything. I had a farmer all picked out a couple days ago, but, things came up.
Okay.
I agree with Joe a little bit as far as Reagan-Trump. In the end, I think Trump is going to outdo him as far as accomplishments, but we have to bear in mind that Reagan had a Democratic House the entire time he was in office.
You
So
know
he
what?
had a
That's
much
true.
higher.
Yeah.
So but I think that, and plus Reagan changed, and it's going to be the same thing. Reagan changed a 40-year paradigm as far as the Cold War goes. Trump's in the process of changing another 40-year paradigm as far as the world geopolitical situation and our economic and tariff situation. So they're both going to go down as incredible presidents, in my view.
Both shot, too. Reagan more severely.
Yeah, I know, man. And I'm not even going to get into that. But I agree with you that, in a way, Mamdani should win in New York just because you have two alternatives when you have that many Democrats, okay? A Republican winning, which is not going to happen, or going full-blown socialist and going down the tube and learning your lesson, and it seems like we have to go through that every 30 or 40 years in this country. You know what I mean? But it will be interesting because Sliwa got a third of the vote in the last mayoral election, and I think he'll do just a little bit better this time. So that leaves Adams and Mamdani to split the other two-thirds, and nobody knows how that's going to turn out. And
Yeah.
I'm be interested to see a guy win with 40% of the vote.
Well, that's why I would encourage Curtis, who's a friend, Robert, I hope to have him on Monday or Tuesday, to stay in the race. These people, these Republicans dithering, though, if he stays in the race, he's got a shot to win. If he stays in the race, Mamdani may win, which it's wild to say it. This would help us win the midterms big time. So either way, Curtis, stay in the race.
And there's no other questions. We've seen this play out before. Look at Chicago. Look at Los Angeles. Look at San Francisco. There's nothing new here. They just never learned, Dom.
Well, the only new thing, this guy is a slicker, but he's direct. I give him that. Jew hater, anti-Semite, big time.
But through all the background, the two lowest rated entities in America right now is the DNC and the mainstream media.
Exactly.
So they can puff and puff all they want. I'm kind of with Joe and the other callers in a little bit, but for me, it's an amalgamation of smells. We used to go down to Wildwood for a week every summer. We stayed at a church right off the beach, and we go out on the boardwalk. And yeah, the seawater, the sea smell in the air, the salt smell, I'm so sorry, in the air smells good. But it's the coconut that's in the suntan oil mixed with the hot dogs and the French fries cooking on the boardwalk. And then you wrap it all together with that slight sweet smell of cotton candy. Every time I went down there, and it was wonderful. So I'm just going to go with a cacophony of beach smells from Wildwood.
You're back. You're a poet.
You guys have a wonderful day, man.
Thank you, Robert. All right. I love how those two put that together. Those are great smells. Shore, resort, summer smell. Hit us with that. 855-839-1210. State Senator Holly Schapisi will be with us at 2 o'clock. She made news because everybody's retweeting and on what she said about Mikey Sherrill, who tried to get away. Her next dodge now today, Sherrill, the candidate for Democrats for governor, initially said, I share the goals of Mamdani, and then added, and the energy and the youth and all this. When she got caught up in that, she said, hey, Jack Ciattarelli's not paying attention to people in Jersey. I don't have any more time for this New York politics. Oh, really? No. You're not getting away with this. This guy is toxic to the other side because they're afraid there's a revolution in the Democrat Party coming after them. They don't want to go after him. But then if they comment on him, how in the world, given his anti-Semitic stuff, his rapping, his socialism, his nuttiness, how do they say anything about it? They're just going to try to dodge it and hope it goes away? Run, Curtis, run. That's my message for next week. 855-839-1210.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040. 800-586-4040.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Weather sponsored by MTRule.com, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Cloudy and much cooler conditions continue in the forecast through the rest of today. There will be a chance for a scattered shower, high around 75. Still a shower chance tonight, otherwise mostly cloudy with a low 68. And for Saturday, becoming partly sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90.
Kitchen Magic kitchens are proudly American-made, family-owned, and tariff-proof, so your dream kitchen won't get hit with hidden costs. 24 months, same as cash financing, ends this June. KitchenMagic.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. A small story, but it illustrates some of the bigger stories. What we're seeing in New York with this guy, what we're seeing with every one of these progressives. And we'll try to get him on. I don't know that he'll get through the House in Pennsylvania. State Senator Frank Ferry, he's been on the show before. think he's a first responder guy. I think he was at the Dr. Oz thing that I remember. He, for some time, has been trying to get through the state Senate, particularly due to COVID, the so-called Commuter Tax Fairness Act to protect local taxpayers. They don't even come into Philadelphia. They really don't have anything to do with it. And this became apparent during COVID because they didn't come into Philadelphia from the office. He makes the point, and we've seen this forever, Philadelphia is the only one out of these hundreds and hundreds of municipalities in Pennsylvania that says, no, you're going to pay the city wage tax for those that are outside the city. I mean, I plead insanity. I live inside the city, and it's ridiculous. It's confiscatory. So he got it passed in the Senate, the Commuter Tax Fairness Act, to protect local taxpayers. Now it goes to the House in Pennsylvania. The point is, progressives and Democrats, up and down the line, we have to be unified. We shouldn't feel, well, why am I not getting a tax break that Trump is out there pumping the no tax on tips? Let's liberate those people. No tax on overtime. That could be a lot of people. I hear some people complaining, oh, then there'll be mandatory overtime. Stop it already. Fight every tax, fight it every day, and use that against them in a populist kind of manner. And this is just an example that COVID brought home, meaning people were working out of their homes. So in what universe? You know what they always, and look, I don't feel sorry for athletes as much, but I don't care how much you make or how little. I'm going to fight for your right against those that want to tax you. I think we've looked up, Dan, in the past, what happens if you're an athlete coming into Philadelphia, how much you'd have to pay. Say you're coming just to play the Sixers or the Eagles or something like that for one day that you're here. And they tell you, well, do you want to have a fire department? It's the same nonsense that they tell you at the Jersey Shore with the beach tax, which I resent are ungodly and unconstitutional. You know what? If we didn't come to the Jersey Shore, what would you have then? How would you be able to make out? How would you make an astronomical living during those 3 or 4 months? We're the ones bringing stuff to you. You're charging us ridiculously in some of these places. It's the same thing with Philadelphia. Well, you want to have fire? You mean you're not going to have fire or have cops if you don't charge people from outside the city these taxes? They've gotten away with this. There was a congressman, William Gray. He was the architect of this. The train station's named after him. Shaka Fatah was his acolyte and continued this. And I'm glad this guy got it passed in the Senate. Now, what will the House do? Meaning, if you're in the suburbs and you come to work in the city even a little bit, you are not going to have to pay this tax. That's what it comes down to. What is it, around, ours, I think, if you live in the city, is over 3. I get the exact number here. And for years, this has gone on, forever and ever. Well, what about the people in the city? Why do they have to pay it on their income? And then we have some communities, you may be in one of them, they're charging an earned income tax in the municipality if you live in it. I'm against that too. It's ridiculous. At every level of government, we are way overtaxed. I don't even know if I can set the flat tax of what it should be anymore. Probably under 15%. And they will continue to do it as long as they are able to get away with it. And so far, in Pennsylvania, they've succeeded. But that's just a snapshot of what's going on nationally with the Trump tax cuts, the big, beautiful bill, and where we are. And I guess I was surprised yesterday when we had on both Van Drew and Perry. They seem adamant. They think this parliamentarian is going to shut this down. And they are urging the Senate to say, no, you're not, lady. You're a Harry Reid stooge that was put in here. You are not going to do this. We are not going to let you throw out the cuts that are in here that are legitimate. Not going to let it happen, so you can say whatever you want. We're going to bypass it. Oh, my God, we're violating the parliamentarian, completely unelected bureaucrat. the legacy of Harry Reid, of all people. And they're using this Byrd Amendment. The guy was KKK, Robert KKK Byrd. Remember that? How many years we said that? The Byrd droppings to say, nope, nope, nope. You're putting in cultural issues along with financial. You can't do that. I mean, I'm all about the Senate. What is it that the Constitution, who said this? Was it Jefferson? Somebody, that the Senate is the saucer that allows the cooling passions to kind of calm down a bit when you pour it. I'm butchering that, but it's something like that. Okay, I get that. This is dithering, though. I will be shocked if the Senate has that bill anywhere near July 4th. They're already dithering, pushing it back as we speak. And then they have to reconcile with the House. How's that going to happen by July 4th? And think about it. The dithering then starts. Well, it's hot. We're getting into August. We'll do that after Labor Day. Trump knows that. He knows what these guys are about. It seems to me, though, Trump is not putting the leverage on the senators. He apparently is going to put it on the Congress people. And he doesn't seem like he's putting the leverage on the SALT people. That's who I would put on these guys in New York. I don't think they ought to get a $40,000 break from their federal taxes. All right, 855-839-1210, you get on board. But this Frank Ferry, Frank, good work. Now can it get through the House? We have a lot of listeners in the suburbs. COVID underlined it. They didn't even go near Philadelphia. They were working out of their home. Even if the business was there or somehow or another, look, I remember they'll do anything to hook you up to Philadelphia. We had this unfortunate accident down the shore. I don't even want to say the company because they did nothing wrong. An 11-year-old stood up and fell from a roller coaster, not a roller coaster, Ferris wheel. And even though it was in the Jersey Shore, I'm not sure if it was Wildwood or not. They did everything they could, and I think they succeeded to get it into the jurisdiction of Philadelphia. Why? They couldn't wait to award millions of dollars. They hate corporate America. Yeah, but the kid in the whole, nope, we're going to get you. And Philadelphia has the same attitude. So if you're an athlete, as much as we think athletes are overpaid, I'm not going to count somebody else's money. Sometimes they could pay $50,000 or $60,000. I've seen numbers like that for coming to Philadelphia to play the Eagles. That's just wrong. That's immoral. Well, do you want a fire? Do you want police? Do you want lights? Do you want water? Give me a break. And you go, so you're crying for these athletes. No, it's a principle. I don't want you to take one more dollar from anyone, whether they're poor or even Jeff Bezos and what he's doing in Venice. You know, they're criticizing them. They don't seem to be criticizing Oprah, who's sitting there in the boats in Venice, though. Oprah, it's okay. It's outlandish. Some of the figures, some of the stuff they're doing, I think it's bad taste. But that's not my money. If that's the type of wedding they want, if that's what he wants to do, that's fine with me. I mean, I can have an opinion on it. I don't know about the bride's outfit. Wow. And Venice doesn't seem to like it. All right, 855-839-1210, jump on board. Hey, big news. Rescue Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock in prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of the already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, Omega 15s, Omega 35s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use the code WELLNESS at checkout. 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or shop online by visiting res-q.com, res-q.com. Feel better. Get active. Turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Again, use that code WELLNESS, 33% off any single bottle. That code WELLNESS, WELLNESS, for 33% off. That's on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving, res-q.com. Do it today.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
We've raised over $3,500 just this morning. Another $500 donation from Lynn.
Lynn!
Let me see. There's a couple of other big ones. We had Mike donated another $100.
Thank you, Mike. Major announcement. Thank you to this audience. We have just reached 10,000.
Oh,
wow. Thank you very much.
Come on.
I mean, this audience is absolute best. Keep the donations coming.
We need some video highlights to make the cut sheet of Stalker on the Bike.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Just wanted to touch base again. Mary with Wayne Realty Corp here. I'm so happy some of you took me up on my offer to visit. We love talking real estate and have the expertise, knowledge, and experience to help everyone. We are your realtors for life. Take a moment to visit us at WayneRealtyPA.com. Call 610-687-5280 or feel free to pop in and have a cup of coffee.
Hey pet parents, the summer season is here and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Transform your home this summer at Bucks County Estate Traders 4th of July sale. June 30th through July 7th, take 20 to 50% off select items store-wide. No matter your style, you'll find high-quality furniture that makes a statement. Browse over 16,000 unique pieces from vintage classics to modern showstoppers. Use code USA25 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their showroom in Hatfield. Now open extended hours and Sundays at Fest. These deals won't last.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Going to Dan here in a second, but if you're buying one of those Trump hats, consult your local Funk and Wagnalls, your grammar book. We're going to put one up on YouTube. And I saw it this morning, and I asked Ro, does this look funny to you? This is when Trump dropped the F-bomb, which was legit, talking about the Israelis and the Iranians not getting it. And the hat has bleep in there with the F-bomb. It doesn't spell the whole word out. but it says they're not getting it. Check the spelling of there. Does that seem a little bit funny to you? All right, we'll see when we have it. We'll put it up. Dan, what do you have, though, on the Saudi Arabians that
so Dom,
a
very controversial thing that's been playing out the past couple of days is WWE has started doing a regular kind of appearance in Saudi Arabia, and they have the Night of Champions coming up, a big-time event, and in the past, there have been a lot of criticism over whether or not WWE is essentially being bought out by the Saudis to sports wash. We see it with Live Golf. We see it all over the place.
Right.
And this goes on for years and years, and this year it becomes a controversy because there's questions of whether or not the wrestlers will be able to fly in or fly out with the Iran and Israel situation. But one of the developing storylines through the entire week has been a wrestler by the name of CM Punk. CM Punk is someone that you've probably heard of. He was involved with the UFC for a while, at WWE, then went to AEW, then back to WWE. Dom, this wrestler, CM Punk, one of the biggest in the land, when he was working for AEW, notably made a very, very strong tweet condemning the work of WWE wrestlers in Saudi Arabia, essentially saying profanely to go perform a sexual act to those in Saudi Arabia for selling out to them. He's been criticized by Saudi Arabians because he's now agreed to come to Saudi Arabia. And the question has been, how would he be received? How would he treat this? And Dom, it's just sad to see a legend such as CM Punk being able to sell out for sports washing, the way that we often talk about here on the Dom Giordano program, to Saudi Arabia. Take a listen to the audio.
For a mean tweet I wrote 6 years ago. Hey, listen. Legitimately had nothing to do with Saudi Arabia. I woke up and I was crabby and I wrote a mean tweet to The Miz. And I apologize to The Miz. And sir, what's your name? Mohammed? Watch out, I'm gonna step right here. Mohammed, I sincerely apologize to you and all of Saudi Arabia. Okay?
Sports washing. Now, previously,
I am not perfect by any means.
Oh, go ahead.
Sometimes, as human beings, we screw up. The beautiful thing is, everything is a lesson learned.
All right, so they're spending billions of dollars. I can't stand them. I get it. Trump using them in various ways. John Cena had to apologize in Mandarin, I think, because he said something about communist China.
Oh, it's so disappointing to see.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Yeah, it is just, it is sports washing. That's what they're engaged in. And I wouldn't have any of those live golfers playing in the PGA Tour. I don't think they ought to be able to do it. Again, is it effective? By the way, President Trump just announcing all trade discussions with Canada are terminated. And I'm watching the markets. Oh, man, here we go. Things were rolling along here. Here we go. They were rolling along because the tariffs apparently appear to have worked, and there appears to be a deal with China. We'll see. It went down 0.13, the Dow did, just after this announcement. So, here we go again with Wall Street and the back and forth over this. I'm not sure what happened with China. This is also the 1-year anniversary of Joe Biden and the moment where he was out in the election. We played you Dr. Jill Biden. This is cut 11. Here's Biden losing his train of thought, stumbling for like 30 seconds just to make any kind of point. Cut 11.
Care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare because all of these people are coming in. They're putting them on Medicare. They're putting them on Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security. This man is going to single-handedly destroy Social Security. These millions and millions of people come.
Again, That was a moment, then it unraveled even more coming out of that 1 year ago today. Feels like it's a lot longer, doesn't it? Coming up, one of our favorites, Jersey State Senator Holly Schepisi. We had her on many times of all these outrageous things going on in Jersey schools. She's the first one that went after Mikey Sherrill because Sherrill made a statement, put out a statement, essentially supporting part of what this socialist running for the mayor's office in New York has been saying. And a lot of people are retweeting that and moving the Schepisi point forward. This guy's a menace, but he's a menace that helps us. John Fetterman, it's Christmas in July for Republicans. She's next on Talk Radio 1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli, Bob's Little Sports Shop on Delsey Drive in Glassboro. You know, I've wanted them to be sponsors for years, and I'm so excited and grateful to the owners, April, Wayne, and Wendy. They are a fantastic store, and all you need by way of product and expertise under one roof. This year, Bob's Little Sports Shop marks an incredible milestone celebrating 60 years in business. Join their staff now through Saturday the 28th. This is the week to check Bob's specials throughout the store. Bob's will have a limited number of very special commemorative Henry rifles for sale. So get in to check out their incredible inventory and this milestone event of 60 years in business being celebrated all through June and with a special week of sales from now through Saturday. Military discounts too. Visit bobslittlesportshop.com for more details and go see them. 316 Delsey Drive North in Glassboro. Open daily Tuesday through Saturday. bobslittlesportshop.com. They're my store and they'll be your store too. This ad sponsored by bobslittlesportshop.com.
IT problems don't just slow business productivity, they can cause serious security risks. Computrex delivers comprehensive managed IT solutions for efficiency and peace of mind. Providing proactive monitoring, rapid issue resolution, and robust cybersecurity, Computrex is your reliable partner for seamless IT operations. Computrex, empowering your business through expert IT support. Call 610-415-0539. COMPUTREX, 4, U.com.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would it leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Choose the company I trust, Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection on the drivetrain, AC, and more. Get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
Call for your fast free quote today. 800-310-0219. 800-310-0219.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Trump Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Big hour to wrap up the week. State Senator Holly Schapese is one of our favorites. We had her on in some of the most outrageous things in New Jersey schools, anti-parental rights, and that's saying something in a place like Jersey. Well, we have that Supreme Court decision in Maryland. I'll ask her about that. But also, she was the leader and said in New Jersey, we are at a precipice, she tweeted out. She's from Bergen County. I am calling on Mikey Sherrill to immediately retract her endorsement of the Mamdani for mayor of New York City. It's a slap in the face to every Jewish resident, police, the business community, and our way of life. The choice this November is patently clear. All right, let's go to the state senator. State Senator Holly, welcome back. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on again.
Well, I'm glad you were on that instantly. Who's advising? We have to the malpractice suits here. Mikey Sherrill to try to connive and say, I agree with the goals, the energy, the youth, and all the rest of it. What's her definition of the word goals? He wants to defund the police. He wants to, things that, aside from the economy, when this guy's asked a specific question, when you lock him down, he will answer. That's all that we have to do.
Have you taken a look at the Democratic Socialists of America platform?
Oh, yeah, sure.
I mean, it's so beyond the pale shocking. It's the totally antithesis of what our nation is about. And, you have now an attempted damage control on Mikey Sherrill's campaign where they're tweeting out, Jack Ciattarelli's going to lie about me. No, he didn't. It's very simple. You doubled down today. She went on another interview today and was flat out asked if he is a Democratic candidate for mayor of New York. Will she support him? And it was a bunch of humda, huz.
Right.
Well, if he is, and it looks like he's going to be, I assume I am. Well, I don't know about you, but that's a pretty plain endorsement. Either you endorse him or you don't. And if you don't, you make a very clear statement that, for our Jewish population, for our police,
right,
for a whole host of different reasons, I, as a potential gubernatorial candidate for New Jersey, denounce this.
Well, the interviewers, though, are not pinning her down enough. I would lead with the Jewish part of this because the other, even though you and I see it and have read it, it's kind of airy. He gets by on generalities. But when you go to straight-up questions about the Holocaust, about October 7th and what provoked that, about any number of these things, he will straight out say it.
Unequivocally. Yeah. He was, if you look at his background and bio, which essentially is, I was a failed rapper and, lived off of mommy, it's, co-founder of Students for Palestine. He has been unequivocal in placing the blame on the Jewish people for them being slaughtered, raped, held hostage. And you see this and you go, there is no but in this.
Exactly. Now, he is on to something. I've been making this point, Howie, that he and Mikey Sherrill are both trying to pitch something. At least he's got something exciting, we know that socialism excites people every once in a while, 30 years. They're both saying the word affordability. They at least get it. That's what people, I'm trying to egg her on that she doubles down on this. I know Jersey's crazy, but where you are, you have won and you're well regarded. How do we continue to make people aware that Sherrill, Murphy, the Democrat Party, they're responsible for the affordability crisis?
Well, the New Jersey Democrats have controlled the legislature for over 20 years. So when I hear, affordability and we're going to tackle affordability, no, you are the direct reason that we don't have affordability in this state. And rather than address it, we're looking at a $60 billion budget on Monday that we're supposed to vote on before the state shuts down. Nobody has even seen a copy of it. And, you sit there and you hear Mikey Sherrill. If you ask her a pointed question, I don't know if you saw the video of NJBIA.
Yep.
And, there's so many things that on day one, Jack Ciattarelli will fix in the state. It was a softball. It was a lob. What are you going to do when you become governor? And, you sit there and you go, okay, you get asked about affordability. Go-to is, we've got to build more high-density housing. How much more high-density housing can we build in this state? It's stuff like that. And then when you couple it with, defunding police, eliminating all jails and prisons, ending all misdemeanor offenses, reparations at municipal, state, and federal levels, increasing minimum wage,
$30 an hour.
$30 an hour. So you effectively have now put out of business every single small business owner, which accounts for 70% of our economy. It's, I really don't understand. There's only so many rich people you can tax before there are no more rich people to tax. And then how are you going to support these policies? One of the things on the Democratic Socialist platform is to support normalization of relations with Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, and other countries targeted for resisting U.S. imperialism and exercising self-determination over their resources. Okay, let's take a look at that. Is that really what we are aiming to be?
Well, I know she's a helicopter pilot, so that would be quite a dilemma to have to deal with this. Wanted to ask you this, two big Supreme Court decisions today, but the second one we've been on a little bit more. Muslim parents in Maryland, the school district that essentially said, we don't care, you're not going to be able to opt your kids out, which used to be the escape hatch. Parents didn't like it. We were up in arms and all that. They said, no, it's a community value that you can't get your kids out of literature that says the king is marrying the knight. And as I said, a lot of Muslim parents, you've been in the forefront of several things like this in Jersey. Do you think, I know Jack is centering in on this, what would you advise to highlight that? Because I think the transgender issue is the way to expose Mikey Sherrill as nowhere near a moderate, even for Jersey.
Correct. I mean, Mikey claims she's for women. She says she's adding yet, she's voting for policies in which, women are not being protected, whether or not it be in sports, whether or not it be, in a whole multitude of fashions. She voted against the Lakin Act. You sit there and you go, no, you are not for women if you were voting against this stuff. And I think with respect to Maryland, it was the right decision. These far-left blue-controlled states have been pushing further and further, and to have policies that don't allow you as a parent, based upon your protected religious beliefs, to opt out of sexualized programming for your children in elementary schools, I think the Supreme Court absolutely made the right decision today.
Absolutely. Well, I'm glad you got it out there first. Everybody else in the world's retweeting what you said, and it's not going to go away. Because this guy's not going to go away. This is going to be even more furious. And I don't know how you come back from this. Trying to say that Jack bringing this up is distracted is not going to work. The more she doubles down on this, the better it is. Thank you, Senator. Thanks for joining us. Where do we find you? Where do we find you on Twitter, et cetera?
It's Holly Schepisi. Last name is Schepisi.
Thank you, Senator. Have a nice weekend. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Bye.
Senator Holly Schepisi here on Talk Radio 1210. We'll get to more of your calls, but right now we have another great prize. Is it again? Yes! A big prize for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
It is a $50 gift card to the Melting Pot. Visit meltingpot.com for details and locations. All right, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom. So to wrap up the week, we are asking for that all-time beach summer smell.
Right.
And and you might find a lot of those smells while you're walking on the boardwalk, no matter where you go down the shore. So I'm gonna play I don't remember who's actually sings it, but I'm gonna play Under the Boardwalk, a cover version of that song. I want to know the person. The Drifters. Thank you, Dan.
Any cover is going to be
Boardwalk by the
substandard,
Drifters.
but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see here. By a very notable name. This person, known for their work as a guest star on Friends for a few episodes. Butting heads with Ross Geller, of course. And you may know this guy. He is an actor, as you can tell with the Friends cameo. He also is known for his roles that usually pop up around Christmas time. So I'm going to play this actor singing a very famous song, Under the Boardwalk. I want to know who's covering it.
Not horrible. I would agree.
No.
I
surprisingly, because this guy's music career obviously didn't pan out. He's a big mega, action star. I'll say that much. But you know what? For an action star, he's got a pretty good voice.
All right, hit us with that, and you are off to the Melting Pot with a $50 gift card. That's a lot of chocolate to go around.
Co-founder of a restaurant franchise as
well.
Did not know that.
Okay. And later on, we have the $50 gift card to Gallows Seafood and Harbs Burger Bar for the winner on the side question. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
It took a Philadelphia jury 18 minutes to find the Bucks County young man guilty in the death of Temple University Police Sergeant Christopher Fitzgerald.
It was just a matter of whether the death penalty was going to be on the table.
If this doesn't deserve the death penalty, I don't know what does.
When you think about the guy that's running the operation here, Larry Krasner, you had a police officer, a Temple University cop, killed by this punk, and the guy is standing over him. Execute, assassination, whatever term you want to use. Just once, can you get the cops back?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello. At National Appliance Warehouse, we leverage our billions in buying power to pass on dramatic savings to our customers. As a result, our massive showroom and warehouse are fully stocked with appliances at pre-tariff prices. Right now is the perfect time to insulate yourself from future uncertainty by taking advantage of our 4th of July mega sale. Enjoy deep discounts on all appliances. As always, Price Assure guarantees the National Appliance Warehouse price is the best price, and there's no uncertainty about our service. It's unequivocally the best in the industry, rivaling that of a small independent. And of course, we do it all, including delivery and installation.
The incredible 4th of July mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Enjoy huge savings on GE appliances. Save up to 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Dawn Stensland here. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda has won more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. brand, including best overall brand, most trusted brand, best valued brand. Whether you're eyeing the Accord CR-V or the Pilot, you are choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for today's special offers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The Joe Conklin Show is Philly sports put to music.
I play like Mr. Softy.
Wildwood in Ocean City, July 11th and 12th. Tickets at joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Just like a strong bullpen closes out the game and keeps the win secure, Plumbers protect the health of the nation. And here in Philadelphia, Plumbers Union Local 690 is always ready to deliver in the clutch. Whether it's hospitals, commercial, industrial, or residential projects, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can trust your job will be done on time, on budget, and built to last. When your business needs to build new or expand, step up to the plate with Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text RADIO to 64,000. That's RADIO to 64,000. Text RADIO to 64,000.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is exactly right. All right, Under the Boardwalk covered here. Let's get your answers. All right, let's go to Leanne first up in Wallingford. All right, Leanne, what's your answer today?
Is it Ben Stiller?
No. Okay.
Not quite.
All right. Joe?
The Friends reference there maybe screwing
Yeah,
up.
Okay.
There are a lot of Friends guest stars.
Joe in Coatesville. All right.
Yippee-ki-yay, Bruce Willis.
There we
It
go.
is Bruce Willis. All right, nicely played, Joe. Enjoy the melting pot. Anything more to add on that?
No, I kind of just found this last minute, and I was like, you know what? This is perfect.
Yeah, plays right into what we're talking about. All right, we're talking about shore resort summer smells at 855-839-1210. Hit us with that. If you win today, your name goes into the hat. I just saw this on, what's this site? Maybe it's the Wall Street Journal. Somebody egging on Democrats. We know they're spending $20 million to talk to men, particularly young men. The argument of the guy is lower the drinking age to 18. Now, how many times have we seen this before? We thought that, I thought Obama, the second time around, there was a word, he was poised to do this, marijuana, to legalize marijuana, or to try to do it in some way, shape, or form. Remember that? And that was going to drive out the youth vote. Biden tried the student loan thing. More and more and more. We're going to forgive everything. Remember that. And seemingly, I think Harris was in that camp. It didn't work. Trump did rather well. How about lowering the drinking age? Maybe Trump would cut that off and say he'd be in favor of it. Now, the statistics indicate that by upping it to 21, at least on paper, the numbers have been better, and it's tougher if you're drinking and driving now than it used to be, particularly under 21. So there's an argument around that. But the argument on the other side is you just have to hold out things like this. That's the way to get young men to vote for you. Really? Democrats are still not getting it. Their whole up and down, the woke deal, a lot of it has been anti anything that's related to males. I'm looking at something I think is silly, but I got to throw it out there. Not one, but two heavily invested women's sports bars are now operational or coming to Philadelphia. And their argument is, well, the NCAA tournament game, there were more people that watched the women's than the men's finals. I don't know if it's this time around or the Caitlin Clark, which is probably true. And it was because of Caitlin Clark, the rivalries, Angel Reese. You're going to watch a WNBA. I watch a WNBA because I like basketball in the offseason, whatever, and there's some things that are interesting. They're talking about soccer again. Are those things enough to inspire a sports bar to be running? I think the thing that keeps them going, of course, the big thing would be the NFL games that pads the season, but then probably Phillies games. There's enough of them. There's enough of that time when the Phillies are on that would work. But women's sports bars in Philadelphia, we'll see. Watch for Democrats, though. The next ploy will be 18-year-olds should be able to drink. I get it. You can sign a contract. You can do all these types of things. Well, Democrats also want 16 or 15 or 14-year-olds to be able to vote. But the other thing out there coming off all of this today is the guy in New York. I want him to be the next mayor of New York, the guy we've been talking about, the socialist. He crawls with everything that you would want. We just heard Holly Schapese, right on. I mean, Mickey Sherrill's got a lot of money, a lot of people counseling her. The best she could do when asked about it is to double down and say, yes, I like this guy's goals. All the interviewer has to do is read out some of these goals. Tell us which ones you like. Read 10 of them and see if she agrees with any of them. If she did, that's trouble. Or if she disagrees with them, it's trouble. Then why are you backing him? This guy is damaging big time to Democrats. Now, hopefully next week, we were told he was really busy. He usually comes on, quite entertaining. Hope to get Curtis Sliwa on. And he's being told to get out of the race. Everybody wants Mayor Adams to be left one-on-one with this guy to see what happens. I would predict it would be pretty close if it's Adams. But Sliwa got around 32, 33% of the vote the last time against Adams. If he got something like that, is it conceivable that Adams and the socialists could split, and this might come down to be very close? Watch the Trump administration, they're being told, to promise Curtis a big job in the administration and something else. I don't think he'll do it. I think he's calculating right now, this gives him a shot. These two may kill each other in this. And could he pull in enough votes to be the next mayor of New York? Can you imagine? Guardian Angels, Curtis Sliwa. That would be even wilder. I don't think it'll happen in New York. But it is a weird time with what they've done here. And this guy's going to keep the excitement going. And you have people that believe him. They're ill-informed. They don't read very much. They don't know that these things do not work. But he's promising affordability. And they don't care what the cost of that would be. You know, they believe in this, that you just sort of tax people that are rich. We need redistribution. That's the thing that would work. I told you that stat from Google Common Data the other day, that if we took the total wealth on paper of the United States, took away the liabilities, just total wealth, the 340 million odd people, even children, would each come up with about $471,000 they would be given. Doesn't that seem fair? Everything would be great. Really? Just picture that. Picture the accounting, picturing doing that. Jim Cramer said, what is this guy going to do? Shoot the wealthy? All right, 855-839-1210. You get a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless All you have to do is push pound 1210. And I was on Newsmax on Thursday, yesterday, and usually on Newsmax, they like to ask a question of one person, then they ask the other. I was on with this guy, Carlucci, who is Democrat consultant. He's often on Fox. He's pretty good. And all he could counter with was, well, Democrats have diversity. They have everything from this guy to somebody else who's more moderate. And you guys are just following Trump. Couldn't address the question of how toxic this guy is and how toxic Democrats realize he is. So will Curtis Sliwa stay in? I would bet he will, simply because how many years has he fought the good fight? This time around, he might actually, in some bizarro world, have a chance to win. I mean, Adams has enough pull, blacks in New York, maybe Latinos, enough name recognition to do well against the socialist. But he's got so much baggage, etc. I don't think he pulls away. And the other guy's going to turn out his people. Will people turn out in those neighborhoods left in New York for Curtis Sliwa? Wow. You see on election night, a few thousand votes determines this, and it's the mayor of New York, Curtis Sliwa. That's why I don't think he'll pull out, whatever Trump offered me. And Trump shouldn't offer it to him. Let him stay in. If he wins, that's good. If the socialist wins, not good for New York. It's going to help us win the midterms. That's the way I see it. Is that too cynical, or do you see it that way? If he stays in and this guy wins, the socialist beats Adams, so what? They'll have to deal with it. And what will the consequence be? Every one of them will be on the clock to have to talk about this guy. All right, let me go to Drew in Upper Darby, and Drew's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Drew, thanks for the wait.
Hey, Dom, thank you so much. You know, Dom, you're absolutely right. You know, only 9%, I believe, of the people of New York City voted. So what he's going to do, he's going to bring out the silent majority. You know, because with his ideas, it's like the only people who voted for him are all the yuppies. But when they see what he's going to do, it's going to bring everyone else. So, you know, they're in a pretty good position right now up there, because I think when the majority of the vote, when they get out there, it's going to be a different result. Hey, Dom, on the side question, you know, I know this is kind of outside the box, but once a year when we went to Wildwood, you know, we would go over to Walt Whitman Bridge, and I remember it vividly because there's always the old Hickory sign. I don't know if you remember it.
Publickers.
And the smell.
Publickers.
The bourbon.
Yes.
The Philadelphia had their own bourbon.
Yes.
And the smell was brutal. But I liked it because I know I was on my way to the beach and the boardwalk. It was a beautiful thing.
That's a great one. Now, I thought it was more coming home than going. Maybe it wafted across the Walt Whitman. I think it was Publickers. He's right. That bourbon or some hard liquor smell, it was incredible. All right, coming to more calls here. Curtis Sliwa, we'll get him on. Stay in. Do not get out. All right, if this guy wins, he wins. That's a boost. If Curtis wins, he wins. We got to settle for Mayor Adams. And you talk about dysfunctional. It's like a bar story. All right, a socialist, a sexual assaulter, and a corrupt mayor go into a bar in New York, and Curtis Sliwa wins. He's the fourth person. Cuomo, this guy, and Mayor Adams. Wow. But I'd love to see what's going on in talk radio in New York, what they're rooting for. All right, 855-839-1210. You get in with Dom right now. Hey, after nearly 15 years of European slenders, I'm excited that we add something big to this. We've been to Rome, we've been to Venice, but now we add Sicily and the hidden treasure also, Calabria. Nobody masters Italy like conservative tours. In fact, our guy Lorenzo and the team all hail from Calabria, as does Ray. Ray, our buddy Frank from South Philly down there. Calabria was giving her a lot of information. Picture the bustling, colorful markets of Palermo, framed by the Mediterranean. Admire the awesome beauty and architecture that recalls the invasions of the Arabs, the Normans in Sicily. The Byzantine mosaics of Montreal attest to this distinction. Local wineries, they really drill down and know dining events, things of that nature. Marsala, Trapana, Cephalo, and a remnant of Greek civilization, the Valley of the Temples. All this with Talk Radio 1210 listeners. All this for $55.44, including airfare. Call 800-733-9493 or go to conservativetours.com. The Godfather Tour, Mount Etna, and my favorite, Taormina. All these conclude with the best unknown destinations in Italy, Calabria. So we'll see you on the cliffs of Taormina. We'll see you in Calabria, only though, if you call them now and get that information. 888-733-9493.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Time for one last tangent of the day.
yes.
Do I have time?
Yeah.
These places where you have to schedule appointments, whether it's a dentist, a doctor, a massage, a chiropractor, you name it. The incessant reminders have got to stop. If I'm not going to make it, I'll let you know. Just assume I'll be there. Press C to confirm.
Did you press the C?
I know, I was going to press FU. That's what I was going to do. And God forbid the dentist is not able to make his Porsche payment this month.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com. It'll be a Reds, white, and blue holiday weekend at CBP when the Reds come to town on Friday, July 4th at 1:05, Saturday, July 5th at 4:05, and Sunday, July 6th at 1:35. Get tickets now at Phillies.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or Amazon, or newnordicusa.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show, side question, those summer smells, those shore smells, that's what we're looking for. But, boy, what a busy day. And I'm seeing the Mamdani primary win. The headlines are divides Democrats. I don't think it divides them very much. They're all scuffling to find a way of not criticizing this guy. And it's not so much that they're afraid of the progressivism. They're not as far as he is, but they're afraid that he represents people inside the Democrat Party who are going to want to overthrow the more establishment types based on youth and based on a million things. He's a real danger. So no, Republicans. I don't want to hear about getting Curtis Sliwa, and I think I still have Curtis's personals. Got to get him on here. Usually he comes on easily, but I know he's under a lot of stuff. I want Curtis Sliwa in there, 2 reasons. If this guy wins, okay, it's New York. I think Albany and, people in New York, they'll find ways to blunt him a bit. But it will be pretty potent. What are Democrats going to do about it? What are they going to say about it? Already they can't handle it. And if magic happens, and not so magical, if Curtis Sliwa gets 33 to 35%, he's right there. And he can turn on Adams and the corruption, et cetera, and you got a guy right here that can do it. Curtis, don't leave. Dumb Republicans, stop trying to get Curtis Sliwa out of this race. You got to be kidding me. Let's go to Chef Dave in Oak Lane on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chef Dave.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Good.
I think Curtis is going to win because, you think about it, they're going to split the ballot if Cuomo gets in. You know what I mean? Curtis got 30% last time, and plus, he got 40% of the outer borough vote, the African American, because he fights for them.
Yeah, he's been involved in
countless.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't put it quite as rosy as you say. I don't think Cuomo necessarily. Well, who knows? It could be a bank shot, what you're talking about. Adams is definitely in. If Cuomo gets in and Adams, then I think Sliwa is going to be neck and neck with the socialist.
And if he's smart, he should get Rudy Giuliani to campaign for him. Because who fixed New York City better than Rudy Giuliani? You got to get
know. It's a little bit of baggage. I love having Rudy on, but there's some baggage there, Jeff Davis.
Well, there's a little bit. But
let's hope Borat doesn't come out of the tunnel on 42nd Street with Rudy. All right, do you have an answer on the side? What do you have?
Well, the dune grass and the creosote from the boardwalk, eating your Zeppelis and checking out the hot babes on the boardwalk.
All right, Dave, you threw that in. That's not a smell. I don't know if you're sniffing them like Joe Biden, Mike. I wonder what smells Joe Biden would tell us about. All right, the smells of the Summer Shore Resort, that's what we're looking for here. If you're just joining us, though, if Cuomo gets in for whatever reason, whatever the bank shot is, I don't see, he may be convinced if 4 of them are in there, he's got a path. I don't see it. Do they go with Cuomo over Adams, or do they just split the vote and the socialist is still going to have more? It would be Sliwa. Yet you hear some of these look, maybe they can't say, we can in talk radio. Just think if this guy does win, the damage as far as Democrats trying to say something about this. And you have full backing of AOC and Bernie. They're going wild. It shows that progressive ideas work. I don't doubt there's some of that in New York. There's a big Asian vote that went for him, given his background. It was 100 degrees, so he got his supporters out more to vote than Cuomo did. And Cuomo's not a laboratory test here. He ran an uninspiring campaign, then all the baggage with this guy. But do they tell Cuomo, you got to stay in? Something for him that is there to help. There's going to be pressure on him not to get in. Who knows? Democrat establishment may want him in there, though. Does that help? Or does that take away from Adams? Adams is an independent. That's hard. You don't have the party going for you. There is an outside shot at Curtis Sliwa being mayor of New York. Oh, my God. Just imagine what that would be like. I think he says Jaspers 50 times in the opening statement. Those people Jaspers that are out there. And he says, yeah, I'm riding the Greyhound. Trying to think of the Sliwa-isms that I've heard. All right, Gary in Newtown's next. Gary's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you, Mooney?
Good.
Sorry I didn't get a chance to see you and everybody on the 20th. We were celebrating just a couple of beaches up with the whole family and first grandchild, so wasn't able to come all the way down and come visit.
All right. Well, we did miss you. Mark it down in August. I don't have the date yet certified, but that's where it looks to land next.
August or July?
August.
Okay. August sounds good. Certainly. So you just took my thunder the last minute or so of your speech. I love this race in New York. I work in New York and I work in the multifamily industry. So it's in my lane. And the easiest way, what you just stole my thunder with is it exposes the Democratic Party. And when you ask the question, you would always like to get that question from Shapiro. What is his position on Title IX? It's unbelievable how they haven't asked every politician those top 10 list items for this guy who's going to be mayor. Hopefully he is. It's amazing to me.
Yeah, look, Gary, Mikey Sherrill, to me, has exposed her. I thought she was a lot sharper, a lot more cunning, but to offer up that I stand with his goals, when she said the energy to youth and all, maybe you get away with that. And he's a raging anti-Semite. But to say his goals, she's got to know he wants to defund the police. These are very explicit. One of these interviewers is going to go through the list and say which ones you agree with as goals. She'll try to say, well, those are not goals, they're policies. If I were interviewing, they're goals, honey. Let's go back to it. You want to defund the police?
Mikey Sherrill pulled a Kamala. When Kamala was asked, what would you do different for the last 4 years? She said nothing.
And Gary, that's great insight because sometimes, for some reason, when you throw a softball under the home court advantage of home court advantages, it's a tell. That was on The View. They thought they were throwing the easiest thing where she could thread the needle, not say anything bad about Biden, but show she's different. Why in the world wouldn't she be able to do that?
Mikey Sherrill might be smart and cunning, but she's stupid.
Yeah. This is, they underestimated the noise and problem this guy's creating. All right, Gary, what do you have on the side?
One last thing. I would like to bet you a glazed apple pie from Tasty Cake. You know where that's going to go. I would like to bet you that that Sliwa wins because I agree with the caller before me that it's going to vote. Sliwa's going to win.
All right. I think I'll bet you this. I'm not. Yeah, I'll take the other side on this just to give you a bet. I bet you this, though. He doesn't get out no matter what these dumb Republicans offer him. Trump's smart. Trump doesn't care if this guy, he gets it, what you and I are talking about. He's not going to try to get Sliwa out of there.
Okay. Well, I'm going to bring a chocolate milkshake along with the apple pie, and we'll see.
Okay. All right, Gary, what's your answer?
My answer, what's the side question?
Oh, the smell of the Jersey Shore.
Oh my God. I didn't grow up in your neighborhood. I'm an Irish American. Sausage, peppers, and onions on the boardwalk I would live there.
Gotcha. All right. Peppers and eggs was in Newman. These guys showing up all the time for lunch. What you got today? Peppers. You see the oil dripping out of the paper bag. I mean, it was just, we had to eat lunch, if you can imagine. When I was a freshman at Newman, 10:15 in the morning was lunch.
Those third lunches are brutal.
What was third lunch?
9:30.
Oh my! What? Archbishop Carroll?
Bishop Shanahan.
9:30.
Yeah.
That's even. My God.
9:35 maybe.
It's brunch. They should have put on a brunch. Get those waffles.
No, the year I had that was brutal.
Oh my! No. You know what? That's abusive. 10:30 is not great, but I eat at 10:30 now because they're doing the show at noon. But kids doing that at 9:30 in the morning. Oh man, something's wrong there. Get the Maha people on that. All right, lightning round. Here's your last chance to get in, and we'll declare a winner this week. That Jersey Shore Resort summertime smell. 855-839-1210. Hi, this is Dom Giordano with big news. Rescue's Natural Supplements is rolling back the clock and prices. That's right, the supplements you trust at prices you haven't seen in over a decade. Plus, they're offering a massive 33% off on top of already discounted 2010 rollback pricing. That's every product, omega-3s, probiotics, joint support, everything. Prices roll back to get you ready for summer. Just use that code WELLNESS at checkout for 33% off your entire order on Rescue single bottles. To order, call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. That's 800-262-5483. Or shop online by visiting res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Feel better, get active, turn back the clock with Rescue's 2010 pricing. Wellness, WELLNESS, for 33% off on top of the 2010 rollback pricing. Get healthy, get saving at res-q.com. Do it today.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. Summer smells, shore smells, resort smells. That's what we're looking for, all smelled up. And then we'll declare a winner for a $50 gift card to the great Gallows Seafood and Harbs Burger Bar up there on the boulevard in Northeast Philly. Bill in Bucks. All right, Bill, what's that smell for you today?
Well, I have the fresh smell before a thunderstorm caused by the smell of ozone.
A thunderstorm at the shore, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I know the smell you're talking about. I noticed, too. I don't know what it is at the shore. Maybe there's no built, whatever it is. The clouds look like they're right there. They're in your face constantly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know if it's like that in other places.
Especially when it gets stormy. It's like,
yes.
oh, man,
you see it right on top.
Is a supervillain going to touch down here?
Yes, it's apparent. You don't have to look too far away. Zenos in Talk Radio 1210 in Upper Darby. Hey, Zenos.
Don, what's up? Is this the part about the smells? I had to change it around a little bit.
Yeah.
It's when we were going to Wildwood with me and my friends, and when, in not a real expensive hotel, not a real cheap one, but, right in the middle of the road, when you walk into the room, you can smell like the ocean and everything, the character of the hotel in the room,
Oh, I thought you said beer. I wonder where you were going there.
Well, there was one with the beer, too, was the Schmitz Brewing Company, a second in Girard. That's where I grew up. And that was during the summertime when everybody had the windows open. Early in the morning, you could smell the beer being brewed. And, man, that brought back memories to me. And it hit me with Publicas, too. But that's where I'm from, around that neighborhood.
Gotcha.
Second in Girard, Phillip and Columbia.
Thank you.
Around there. So I knew you would know that one. But they're my two ones. So
Thank you, Zenos. We'll put you down for that. Big Greek community over there. And he mentioned Publickers. Yeah. What's the name? Drew of Upper Darby. That brought back. I don't have that bourbon smell anymore. Joe of Exton at the shore. Joe, what's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon. When I was younger, my family would take my sister and me to Atlantic City, and we would dine at Captain Starnes, where the smell and scent of seafood was pervasive throughout the hall.
That's it could be a good smell. Sometimes the seafood thing can be not so good, but yeah, I think that's a good one. And I still don't get oyster eating. Next week we'll talk about that. Let's go to Steve in Northeast. Steve, what's yours?
Roasting pretzels and roasting peanuts on the boardwalk.
Yeah, but you would have had my heart a little bit better. Mr. Peanut Head, I'm a big fan. Mr. Peanut.
Yeah, I liked him too.
All right, thank you, Steve. Yeah, that's a pretty good roast. Danielle in Phoenixville, might be time for our last one here. Danielle, what's yours?
Mine is the smells on the boardwalk. I look forward to those curly fries and then the smell of that Douglas fudge being made.
All right. Yep, those are both good. That's what we started off with. So, Henry, let's see some contenders here. What do you think today?
All right. I hate to throw his name back into the hat again, but Joe in Columbus with Coppertone I thought was a good one.
That was a great call, too.
Yeah, Drew and Upper Darby with the bourbon smell going across the Walt Whitman Bridge.
Right.
And you know what? I did like Zenos' characterization at the end there, the character of the hotel when you walk into the room.
Yes, that was a very subtle one. You know what? I got to go with Drew's, though, because that is a nostalgic smell, and it was connected to not just the smell in the summertime, but it told him the shore is on the way.
Yeah.
Let's put Drew at Zenos, so silver medal was very good. Let's put it into the hat. Let's hear the 5 winners for this week.
Yeah, so Monday, we're asking for that all-time gamble. Chef Dave gave us Columbus going across the ocean blue there. Tuesday, we asked for an all-time bad idea. Joe in Columbus won with his answer of the kids' chemistry set that came with uranium in it. Farmers is what we asked for on Wednesday. Joe in Columbus, yet another win with the painting American Gothic, very famous. Yesterday, we asked for that all-time farewell. Earl of Tacony won with Dick Shawn, who famously died performing on stage. And then you just heard it here. That all-time summer down the shore smell, Drew and Upper Darby with bourbon across the Walt Whitman Bridge. So let's roll the dice here. Let me get a drum roll going. We'll roll the dice here. Come on. That's a number 3, Joe in Columbus. You're this week's winner.
And that was, what did he have for that?
So that was Wednesday, and that was the Farmers with American Gothic.
Yeah, it was a great farmer thing. Really good for the farmers. Okay. Thanks to Gallows, $50 gift card to Joe of Columbus, Gallows Seafood and Harv's Burger Bar in Northeast Philadelphia. Visit them online at gallowsandburgerbar.com. Road, the seafood salad to die for. All that. I love Gallows and Jim Harvey. You'll enjoy it right there on the boulevard anytime. Friday night's particularly good night to go. All right, we are back on Monday. We have, I almost said Tim Watley. It's Michael Watley. I don't know what Tim Watley is.
Did you just convert to Judaism?
Yes.
For the jokes?
That's right, for the jokes. He's a dentite. I'll knock your teeth out, Robert Wagner. All right. We have him on Monday, and, of course, Scott Presler. We have Jack Chittarelli coming on on Wednesday. Man, Mikey Sherrill, get new campaign advisors. Well, I like the goals of the socialist anti-Semite in New York. Who wouldn't like those goals? Now, Mikey, you're not ready for prime time. Do better. Follow me on Twitter until Monday at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210, and we'll keep you abreast. By the way, the hat that I was going to tell you about with the Trump might be a fake. If you see it on Twitter, it has there, T-H-E-I-R, meaning they are, T-H-E-Y apostrophe R-E. So I don't know, it was to slur Trump supporters or grammarians around the world, but let's hope it's a fake and not, boy, what are they going to do with those hats? All right, Richie Hawley next. 4 big hours to take you home on a Friday here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/radio. That's leaffilter.com/radio.
Just grabbing my charger. Heading to Sam's for dinner.
Okay, but you'll miss your favorite tenderloin.
Wait, is that the Tuscan herb?
Mm-hmm. Hatfield marinated Tuscan herb. That's a real shame.
Did I say I was going to Sam's? Sam's coming here. Keep up, Dad.
When better care leads to better pork, it's irresistible. Hatfield Pork. Better care, better pork.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here with exciting news from my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. Acura has just been named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. That means top performance, cutting-edge tech, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX and dynamic MDX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or shop online at piazzaacura.com.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and